You know, the Derek Chauvin trial is threatening a civil war. But this civil war won't be fought just on American soil. We're talking about a civil war breaking out all over the world. I guess that would be appropriate as the whole world watched a white man suffocate a black man as if his life was insignificant. And while that same black man whose life was being suffocated out of his body called out for his mother, that same white man seemed to be pleased and continued to apply pressure on that black man's neck until there was no longer any life in his body. It was the most merciless, cold blooded murder the world has ever witnessed. Even children witnessed it. So now he's on trial, and the world is threatening to go berserk if the result isn't to their liking. Monster, murderer, killer are among some of the words used by people when they describe this ex-white cop, Derek Chauvin. Normally, when somebody called out for their mother, we would laugh and call them a sissy. But when this man called out for his mother as he was losing his life, it triggered everyone, especially black women. Because the black women, they heard that cry. Many of them mothers themselves. And George Floyd was no longer a man. He was their son. Is there a God in the sky? Is it time for us to believe? Should we believe? Even now, the Asians are being attacked and they're blaming us. Is there no end to the hatred of who we are? Is there no end to the harm that has been brought about on many of our well-beings? Is it time for us to believe? Believing something other than ourselves. We'll find out. We'll talk about it. The Maximum Overdrive up next. Dane, lay that spirit on us. Mm-mm. Well, here we are, everyone. That was the beautiful, angelic voice of Marcia Sapp. You know, when I heard this song, I was laying in my bunk sleep. Yeah, you heard right. I was laying in my bunk sleep. But even in the midst of my sleep, this song filled my ears and it motivated my spirit. And I woke up and I said, damn, I need to go live. My spirit was touched in such a way that I needed to speak to all of you. So here I am. We are faced with pure evil. Everything from young boys giving lap dances to a person that appears to be Satan, to Asian Americans being attacked and blaming black people, to our black women being murdered, our black children being murdered, gunned down in cold blood. It seems like there is no end. Evil is threatening to corrupt us all. And for the righteous who cannot be corrupted by evil, it intends to destroy them as well. So at times like this, what do? It seems that the valley of the shadow of death is all around us. You cannot trust the police. You cannot trust anyone just about. COVID-19 has unleashed a cesspool of hell. And the ghouls, the goblins, and the monsters, and the lunatics that lurk in that cesspool have free reign amongst the normal and the righteous. And they have joined forces and have become a legion of lunatics, monsters, pedophiles, and monstrosities of humanity. And nothing seems to be holding them back. As a matter of fact, they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. So what do? A lot of people don't believe in God. A lot of people don't believe in Jesus. A lot of people don't believe in religion, period. I understand why. There's so many questions, unanswered questions. There's so much confusion. But should we believe in something? Would believing in something higher than ourselves help us see our way through this madness? As of right now, the Derek Chauvin trial is going on. You all know who that is. A white man who mercilessly took the life of a black man. When this happened, it sparked protests and skirmishes all around the world. People were chanting as they were fighting back or as they were destroying what they thought was evil. They were chanting, I am George Floyd. Black women were triggered because when he cried out for his mother, they saw their son crying out. And of course, you had the naysayers and you had the heartless who made their normal rounds, spewing their normal hatred. We've grown accustomed to them. They make no bones about their hatred. They make no bones about their evil. We know who they are. And they made their normal rounds and said their normal evil and show that they have absolutely no regard for life, no compassion, and are completely black-hearted. So where are we now? If if it isn't one thing, it's another. I mentioned the Asians are now being attacked by white people, but for some reason, the Asians are looking in the face of people who are attacking them, who are clearly white, but somehow they think those white people are black people. You have Asians now making podcasts calling out black people. I'm not sure why. I haven't seen any incidences where black people were attacking Asian people. So now there's another situation. At some point, black people are going to have to say, enough is enough. When do we start fighting back? And understand this isn't a fair fight. It isn't a fair fight. Once we engage, there's a lot of fighting to be done. I'm not even sure we can survive the fight. I don't know what kind of numbers we have, but something has to give. Either we're going to fight for the right to live, or we will be ran over. There is no other options. So when warriors went into battle, when they knew that there was a high percentage chance that they would not return from that battle alive, they sought divine intervention. They prayed to the spirits, to something higher than them, to carry them through their fight. They even prayed for the people that they were about to kill and prayed that their souls had a seamless transition into the afterlife. Maybe that's where we're at. Maybe we are those warriors. Maybe it's time that we become those warriors and believe in something that's higher than us. Because there is no talking our way through this. All of the things that are taking place tells us very clearly that they intend to either wipe us out or they feel that they have the numbers to push us so we can fight back. And they believe at that point they would have the upper hand to destroy the strongest among us. Should we believe? Do we need divine intervention? If we pray, will our prayers be answered? Do you believe in something? Anything that's higher than yourself. Because you're going to need all of that. The days of putting down this and putting down that when it comes down to belief are over. There is no games being played with us. It is very clear what's going on. You don't need me to tell you. All you need is a pair of eyes and ears, and you can see and hear for yourself. We are public enemy number one, and we have been marked for extermination in so many different ways. The black mother of all, they want to bring her to heel. They want her power. They want to be able to control life and death. So they have brought down incomprehensible evil on all of us. And even the ones who are being mistreated that are not black are somehow convinced that we are the ones who are mistreating them, even though we are in dire straits ourselves. I don't know how we managed to fight against white supremacy and fight for our very survival and have the time to go pick on another race and discriminate against them. But according to the Asians, this is what we're doing. So clearly the Asians are siding with those who seek to wipe us out. You know, there's a YouTuber on here. His name is RBR. We all know him as Real Brother Radio. Many people think he's crazy, but sometimes he makes a lot of sense. He always talk about that they're trying to kill us and they want to kill us all. Look around now. Look at the trial that's going on. Look at what is happening to the Asians and look at who they're blaming. Look at what's going on with our younger generation and how they're being influenced by people who are corrupted and evil. Look around. Maybe RBR has a point. They are trying to kill us. And it's no joking matter. It's nothing to laugh at. You see, to kill someone, you don't just have to take their life. There's so many ways you can kill a person. You can kill a person mentally. You can kill a person emotionally. You can kill a person's belief. You can kill their reality. They're trying to murder the reality of our children. They are threatening to wipe out the reality that we taught them and replace it with their own chaotic and disgusting reality. A world of monsters, a horde of disgusting people who have the most vile appetite for sex, the most vile appetite that you can imagine. Same sex. Sex is some of the most disgusting acts of intimacy that you can possibly think of. But yet they will have you believe that it's love. And you will believe it too. Many of you believe that. As they have weaponized academia against you and have hit you with a Rolodex of confusing words with perplexing meanings and have convinced you that what they say is the gospel. And those of you who are mesmerized by this disgusting trend of rhetoric, you believe it. Understand, same sex on sex, two people of the same sex having sex is some of the most vile and depraved acts of intimacy we've seen. But we are afraid to call it what it is. So we allow it to run amok. And it's destroying our children. They have cornered just about everything that has to do with our children. All of the cartoons, video games. Go and look at these cartoons now. Go look at these video games. Androgyny is king. There are characters in which you cannot tell their sex. You have kids now who actually believe that there's no difference between a boy or a girl. This is a destructive force. It's time to believe in something. I mean, really, really believe in something higher than ourselves. We're going to need some help with this one. I don't believe we can get out of this ourselves, because if we could, we would have done it already. You know, we're going to need some help from this one. We're going to need that spirit that we've been calling on that some of you believe in, some of you don't. Maybe the ones who don't believe, maybe it's time for you to take a look. What are you going to do? You think you're going to stop what's going on without some divine intervention? We need help from somewhere. These people have power. They run the world. They have people captivated and mesmerized and completely under control. You're going to need some help to fend them off or defeat them. It's a time for Black people to invest in spirituality. I'm not talking about the falling out in the church, the acting and the entertainment, all the hollering and screaming. I'm talking about real, focused spirituality. Allowing your heart to reach out into the universe and focus on the energy of the universe. Whether you want to call that universe God, Allah, whatever you want to call it, it's a time for us to focus and cry out to the universe to give us the energy to defeat our enemies. Our enemies are strong and they are mighty and they are many. Funny though, we outnumber them, but we are weak. And we may as well be a handful with the mentalities that we have. They are cohesive, well organized. We are rambunctious, scatterbrained, and selfish. Many of us practice individualism as if that's going to win the day. This is a bad one coming, folks. You can ignore it all you want. You can sit up here and say, it's okay. I don't have a problem because I sold out. As a matter of fact, if you sold out, you have the biggest problem. You have the biggest problem because you are a sacrifice. So all you sellouts, you're going to be used in the worst way. Understand something. Nobody respects a person that turns on his or her race. Nobody respects a person that turns on his or her race and compromises their own sexuality. You think somebody's going to trust you after you've done all of that? You think they're going to invite you into their fold? You think they're going to count you amongst one of them? No. Even your enemy has integrity. Even your enemy has honor. They will never trust you. And they're going to use you in the most brutal way. You will be pushed out there in the front to take the heaviest hits and take the most brutality. That is what you'll be used for. So if you sold out, you have the biggest problem. You will be put out there in front to face the people that you sold out. And it's not going to be a pretty thing for you. And I promise you, when people get their hands on you, when people are able to lay hands on you, I assure you, it's going to hurt. So, the world is on the brink of an explosion in which the likes we have never seen before. We've heard stories about riots. We've heard stories about what went down in Watts years ago. We heard about what went down in Philadelphia years ago. Osage Avenue was lit aflames by a bomb that was dropped from a helicopter. And the mayor who dropped that bomb was black. He was trying to get rid of a group that called themselves Move. They were Rastafarians. They lit up a whole city block trying to get rid of these people. We heard about the Black Panthers in the 60s. We heard about the Dr. Kings and the marches. We heard about all of these things. But what have we faced ourselves in our day and time? Have we truly faced anything like that? I don't know. But what we are about to face now, as far as I'm concerned, trumps all of that. We are about to see an explosion in which the likes have never been seen before here in this country. A connection of people fighting for a cause, not necessarily related to ours, but triggered by ours. You see, because we aren't the only ones being oppressed. Evil all over this planet is doing things differently to different races of people. So they're rising up to face their own oppression. And they're using our incident to trigger their anger and their righteous response, to trigger their righteous anger. You know, the government does whatever it wants. In this country, fear is so prevalent. It permeates throughout the entire country. So many people are afraid to do just about anything. And some of you don't even realize that you are afraid because you walk around here with your chest sticking out, talking about ain't nobody gonna F with me. Well, that's not really what fear is all about no one messing with you. There's a deeper meaning to fear. You see, by accepting something as ridiculous as same-sex marriages, that's fear. The acceptance itself is fear. Allowing something as unholy as that to take place right in front of you, as if it was natural, is fear. And that fear can be used in many, many different ways. That fear has you crossed up. Because you're probably saying, well, wait a minute. If I don't allow this, if I say this is bad, then what about me? I'm a minority in this country. I've been treated in a terrible way. I've been treated in a terrible fashion. So if I say this about these people, then how will that reflect on me and my people? So at that point, you're thinking you're doing something good and noble. And so the fear causes you to make a bad decision. Causes you to believe that something as demonic and as unholy as what you witnessed. Causes you to believe that it is okay. That it's the norm. And that our children should be subject to it. And that we should have no problem with it. You know, fear is a tricky thing. It's a deeper meaning. It's not just about the boogeyman. It's not about Godzilla who's outside your window making you hide under the bed at night. You know, when we were kids get spooked easily. I remember at night, we lived across the street from an open field that had a bunch of trees in it. And when I was young, I used to look out the window. When it got dark, some of those trees looked like monsters to me. and I would be afraid, and I would hide under the bed. And my brothers and sisters would laugh. But you know, kids get spooked easily, right? Well, today, those monsters, they may not be trees. They've taken the form of people, and they're real, and they're everywhere. They're all in the music industry. They're all in the commercials. They're in the corporate world. They're in our schools, hospitals. Hospitals now are starting to show their true colors. Hospitals are turning into giant wards. I'm sorry, not wards, gigantic morgues. In some of these hospitals, they're letting people die. There's been article after article of people who worked in these hospitals who spoke about what they saw. My best friend's sister is a doctor. I remember when COVID-19 first struck and they were letting people die, she was on the phone crying in tears. And she actually quit the hospital that she was working at because she said there they allowed several people to die, people that could have been saved. She's not the only one. There was a doctor who was ridiculed as she was suffering on her deathbed, as the nurses ridiculed her while she passed away live on Facebook. I don't know if she passed away live on Facebook, but she recorded them on Facebook, ridiculing her, making fun of her. White nurses. Understand, in all of these incidences, none of the nurses were of color. They were all white. So, kind of makes you wonder what hospital you want to go to. So, where are we now? We stand at the precipice of a brutal change that's coming. A change that's going to be so brutal, it's going to claim a lot of lives worldwide. But there is a but. There is a if. If this happens, then you're looking at a world of civil war. But if it doesn't happen, you may see something else entirely. Understand, evil never gets tired. Why evil never gets tired? Because evil isn't human. Evil isn't something that you can touch. Evil has no form. It's an actual force. And you can only stop a force with a more powerful force. Only a force of good can stop a force of evil. Now you're listening to me, and I may sound like some Orson Welles character that's narrating a Twilight Zone movie. But I assure you what I'm saying is quite real. You need to take a look at what's going on. If you don't see it, you're blind. And in some cases, you just don't want to see it because you are afraid. Look at what that fear has gotten us. Look how far your fear has taken us. We are in a situation now to where we're being backed into a corner and surrounded on all sides And they have every intention. Those who have backed us into a corner have every intention on sending every last one of us to our destruction. That is what fear has gotten us. That is what all your hooping and hollering in church, turning the other cheek, has gotten us. All that ridiculous nonsense about if someone hits you on one cheek, you turn around and give them the other cheek to hit. I wonder whoever wrote that, I wonder if they took in consideration the type of person who was hitting you on the cheek. And that the person that was hitting you on the cheek was an absolute monster that cared nothing for you turning any cheek. It cared nothing for your life, period. There are people on this planet that feel that everybody else should serve them. And if you don't serve them, your punishment is death. The people say, well, what about slavery? That's death too. Do you want to be put in a situation to where you can't think for yourself, you can't do for yourself? You always have to serve someone till you break your own back, till you exhaust your last breath, until blood comes out of your eyes from crying at night because your children are constantly being murdered. Think about those black mothers who had to watch their children being murdered by white women. Me and the Dame read an article the other day about a Becky who flung another Becky's child out of a 13-story window, a 2-month-old, because she was jealous. Now, people would say, man, that's crazy. That's horrible. No, not really. Not for them. That's just them behaving normally. Now, if that was a black woman who did that, then we'd be like, well, that's horrible. That's crazy. Because that's not the norm for black women. You see, I don't care how much they try to make us think that our black women are crazy, they're masculine, whatever. Black women are benevolent. They are benevolent. And whatever you want to call the spirit, whether it be holy, cosmic, universal spirit, it has chose the black woman as its earthly representation. The black woman is benevolent, an earthly deity. She's not a mean, evil individual. You see, things are being done to her, and wool is being pulled over your eyes, and you're being tricked and beguiled by truly evil people who have you believing that the mother of civilization is an evil person and would do such a thing. What do you think this whole war is about? Why do you think George Floyd was killed in the fashion that he was killed? Begging and crying for. Who was he crying for? Who did he cry out for with his last breath? Wasn't his father. He cried out for his mother. See, he was murdered in broad daylight like that, and the audacity that he was murdered in to hurt the mother of civilization. You see, the evil people who know who the black woman is seek to cause her endless emotional pain. He did that so she can watch one of her children that she brought into this world be slaughtered with no mercy. and slaughtered in such a way to where he cried out for her. And this touched her. She wanted to save her baby. Black women took to the streets. They were triggered because he was no longer George Floyd. He was their sons. Understand, the black woman is really the target because she is an earthly representation of the Holy Spirit or the cosmic spirit or the universal spirit or the higher state of consciousness spirit, whatever you want to call the spirit, godly spirit. She is an earthly representation of that spirit. And only she can bring life into this world. Even the ones who bring life into this world under her were all given life by her. And so, as we go forward, this war on the black woman has spread to all of us. This deep hatred, this mockery of the black woman is seeking to come to a head. Who is the real enemy? Surely you know who the real enemy is, right? It's not Satan, although Satan is an enemy, but the real enemy is hatred, jealousy. Hatred and jealousy, two of the most ugly forces ever created. Nothing is good about those two forces. See, hate is a force as well. Jealousy is also a force. People think that it's an emotion. No. It may come in through your emotions, but it's also a force. Forces can only be stopped by greater forces. It cannot be stopped in conventional ways. You cannot shoot a force. Forces has to be dealt with on another level. We'll break that down one day when we have one of these shows where we're talking about that kind of information. What do you think prayer is? We laugh at people who pray, right? But you see, when many people pray, they create a force of good energy and powerful energy. And some of that energy comes back and it touches people. This is why you hear some people believe that their prayers have been answered. See, we have a different understanding of prayer. We think that when we pray, our prayers go up to the ceiling. I've even heard some people say, well, your prayers are just going up to the ceiling and they're falling right back down. Understand something, when you pray, there's a feeling inside of you, a feeling that can't be touched by anyone, but you can feel it, but you cannot feel it. I'm gonna say that one more time. You can feel it, but you cannot feel it. And for those in the cheap seats, you can feel it, but you cannot touch it. Because what are you gonna touch? You don't know where it's at. You can feel it in you, but you don't know where it's at. So when you take that feeling and you put it in to mental energy, right? And you want with all your might. You see, prayer is wanting. You want something to happen. And so you pray hard with all your might. This is why some people, it was said back in the days, right, that some people prayed without ceasing. Some people prayed until they fell out on the floor, unconscious, because they prayed so hard, because they wanted so hard with all of their spiritual might that they tried to create a force all by themselves. In order for that force to wipe out the evil forces. So we say prayer is no good. You better think again. We absolutely need prayer. We need to create a force. Because there's a force now that's threatening to destroy everything. Everything that we are. And our only crime is being the begotten people, the begotten children of the mother of all civilization. That is our crime. And those who hate the mother, those who are jealous of the mother, the all mother, the grandmother, seek to destroy us all. They have created a force. Their evil is so great that they have created a force of evil. Their hatred is so great. Their jealousy is so great that they have created a force of evil. And they intend to use it to destroy the righteous and wipe out the all mother, the grandmother, the mother of all mothers. They don't even care if they don't survive because they hate her that much. Of all the women in this world, the all mother is hated the most. Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, Asian Americans being attacked. They're all connected. Something is about to happen. The question is, when it happens, will it leave us in ruins? Many of us sing about the victory. What victory is that? Because we need one now. We definitely need a victory now. I don't know if we can survive another loss. Because this loss would be unbearable, unsustainable. I'm not sure if we can recover from such a loss if we take one now. So all of this singing about the victory, and I got the victory, all of these songs that we sing, we need that victory now. We need a spiritual victory. Now, I don't know about all of this cat calling, all this hooping and hollering. I'm not talking about all of that. I'm talking about focused spiritual energy. I don't even like that black people sing gospel music. Not all of it anyway. I played one at the beginning because that one I like. I like the way that one is. That one focuses on just spirituality. But all this other stuff, Jesus this and Jesus that, and I don't ride with all of that. Because I believe black people are singing to nothing, for nothing. and it's wasting spiritual energy. It's misguided spiritual energy. And when you sing like that, you let those know who want to keep us enslaved mentally, you let them know that you are still there to be had. I've always said, if white people like it, black people should refrain from it and not do it. So you want to know the type of gospel black people shouldn't be singing? Just pay attention to the gospel music that black people sing that white people like. Then stop singing it. Because trust me, they like it for a particular reason. They don't like it because you sound good. And of course, our women have some of the most beautiful angelic voices on this planet. Marcia Sapp is no exception. But they don't like it because she has a beautiful angelic voice. They like it because they know that your mind is still captivated and under their control. And they reinforce it by clapping with you, saying hallelujah, saying the things that you're saying, keeping you entrapped in that mental cycle that never ends, a cycle that benefits them, keeps them on top and you on the bottom. This is why I don't like a lot of gospel music. That's why I couldn't stand Sunday's Best. I think a lot of Christians and gospel singers are coons. They don't know what they're doing. Singing and dancing, and you think you're singing and dancing for the Lord and all this other crap. It's ridiculous. A lot of, excuse me,
Okay. Yeah. Well, that that could be because some of their mindset is not on who they supposed to be singing it to. It's supposed to be for the Lord, but it seemed like they singing for different things. But um, I have there's a lot of gospel music that I do like, and some of them, they help me get through things. It's been like that since I was a little girl. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. When fear comes upon you and you're alone and you have nothing to depend on, mm, that's when your belief is going to show itself. But I first heard this song when my mom was practicing that song um for church. We hear a lot of songs about the Lord, God, not as many for the Holy Spirit. Mhm. So yeah, this appealed to me because there's not many songs on the Holy Spirit, and we tend to forget about Him in the Trinity or her, um, and that's the part of the Lord that's living with us, that's with us, that comforts us, that whispers to you and reminds you. with the
Oh,
mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm back, y'all. I temporarily lost connection.
Okay.
Thanks, Dane, for filling in. I'm almost done with my rant. But like I was saying, Dane, go back on mute. Like I was saying, a lot of gospel singers to me are coons. You know, the guys like Kirk Franklin and all. These are coons practicing homosexuality, but telling you that they're, people of God. You know, I don't understand. If you believe in God, you either believe in God or you don't. You know, I'm tired of so-called Christians believing in God and saying one thing or whatever, but don't want to follow what's in the Bible. How can you tell me you believe in God, but you condone homosexuality? But we're not going to get into all of that. We're going, oh, okay. Dame,
Yes.
take over for me for about 20 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep with the theme of spirituality.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of us that's not walking the walk, you know. We give mouth to it, but we're not walking as believers. So yeah, that's a contrariness. Some people they learning to walk, some people a but back to about the spirit and we need the spirit because okay, let's face it, is the world seem to be demon possessed, um and we're being passive, we're being complicit. We're not supposed to be a passive people. Yeah. What does it mean to be salt, you know? Okay. 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 People keep taking, as far as I'm concerned, the context of love thy enemy and stuff like that. Okay. Love your enemy does not mean you take what he dishes out. It does not mean you roll over and die. It does not mean that you don't hold him accountable. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, and forgiveness. That's another thing. Okay, okay. To forgive, that means that person has to accept that they're guilty. I am tired of seeing people forgive people for stuff they are not accepting their guilt for, especially when it comes to prison and jail. Otherwise, they would just go with a guilty. They would just go, "Are you guilty or not guilty?" They would just say they're guilty, but they gonna say they're not guilty, and then they gonna cry and blubber and beg for forgiveness. Can you forgive me? Excuse me. Forgive you. You're claiming guilt. You're guilty of murdering these people, this person. You just said you're not guilty, so why are you all of a sudden begging for my forgiveness now? You claim you're not guilty. Nah, that's a begging. Please, don't send me to jail. Please don't send me to prison like I deserve for umpteen million years. Please, that's what that's about, you know. But Yeah. So yeah. So there's no forgiveness. You're not even accepting your guilt. Mm-hmm. So yes, I'm even tired of seeing them saying "I forgive you" when they ain't even ask for freaking forgiveness. Are forcing people to guilty. Or when you don't forgive. Oh, I thought you was a Christian. Uh, one, you or the person did not ask for forgiveness. Two, they're saying they won't forget forgiveness. They don't admit to being guilty of something. So how I'm gonna forgive something they are saying they're not guilty of? So if you're claiming you're not guilty, then I am not. You don't come to me for forgiveness. Okay, you only need forgiveness for stuff you're guilty of. I'm guilty of killing your relative. I'm guilty of not following procedure, and your relative got killed by me. I'm guilty of not caring of the about the harm I'm causing your relative, and he died. But when you come before court and you say not guilty, are you not guilty of part of it? None of it? You didn't intend to murder him. It was an accident. So you're saying you're guilty of causing his death, but not guilty of murdering him. But okay, but do not ask for my forgiveness. Are you asking me if you in case not the relative? You ask me as a black person for forgiveness for killing another black person? Uh, your court says you pleaded not guilty. So there's so hey, what precisely are you asking me forgiveness for? All around general forgiveness? No. Precisely what am I forgiving you for? So I know what you're asking for. Otherwise, I can't forgive you. I can't just forgive you willy nilly. I want to know what I'm supposed to be forgiving you for. Forgive you for making a false accusation and making a child look like he's molesting you. Forgiveness uh, for jumping procedure and killing someone. Forgive you for doing physical harm to a black person. Forgive you for voting for or siding with these laws that has done harm to black people. Forgive you for no. You don't feel guilty of it. In fact, some of you are freaking proud of it. So if you freaking proud of it, don't be asking for no doggone forgiveness. And don't okay, 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 I'm in two minds. That you don't tell Christians not to forgive if it's on their heart to forgive. But you're doing it because it's a duty to know what you forgiving for. Mm-hmm. Are you saying you forgive because you want to look like a good Christian? Okay. I'm going sideways here. Okay. Anyway, right now we need to walk in the spirit of justice. No justice, no peace. How can there be peace without justice? And we're watching, we watched over and over and over again as people who's against us protect their own, refuse to give us justice, put laws in place so justice cannot be done, try to undermine justice. And they want us to be calm in spirit. There's no calmness in spirit. You keep stirring up the spirit of anger. Okay. And it's a righteous anger. Very righteous anger. So you're not going to calm the righteous anger with the law. You're not going to calm the righteous anger over, if you were a Christian, you're not going to calm the anger of righteousness with you're better than us. You're not going to calm the righteous anger. So the world is holding its breath, and it's seeing how this is going to turn out. There's a group of us, we think we know how it's going to come out. Nothing's going to change. We're getting in our minds that we got to make it. We tried every way possible. And it's not going to happen. So we fight for the justice. We march for the justice. We prayed for the justice. We asked for the justice. We voted for justice. Mm-hmm. But it seems like the demonic world is winning. And we need the Spirit to comfort us. We need to hear the Spirit voice tell us what we should do. Or tell us the way we're thinking of going is correct or incorrect. Help us pray for the eyes of the world to be open to truth. The eyes of the world to discern the truth. To hear the truth. To speak the truth. And sometimes we thought we were seeing it happen. Okay. But it's all kind of little things going in. That's happening to distract. But we distract from what? what's going to be the results of the George Floyd trial. Um, the Asians claiming black people are anti-Asian and ignoring the fact that they've been anti-black for and ignoring the fact that any anti-Asian going on is from the people that they're backing up. The people that they believe, the people that they listen to, the people they most want to be. White people. There's some demonic work happening everywhere you turn. Death for women and children by people that looks just like us. Men caught in their self-destruction or the eventual extinction of their group by their hatred of their women. And women starting to get tired of it. About the young kid's testimony from Cup Foods. People don't understand how forgiveness works. Forgiveness is actual command from God. Forgiveness is actually for the forgiver and not for the one being forgiven. Yeah, that's true. It is for the forgiver. But there are people forgiving when they're not ready to. There are people forgiving without being okay. Well, yeah, you don't necessarily have to ask to be forgiven. Okay, the young kid's testimony from Cup Foods. Okay, I'm not certain. Are you talking about the young kid that was at the George Floyd trial? I didn't get a chance to fear and sharing all that, but the little bit I heard, it was surprising. I didn't even know there was any kids. I don't know why. It was a store. I didn't think there was any kids who were there to see that. I just thought the only kid was the 16-year-old who filmed it. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I heard some of what he said. I was trying to find that clip again. What you mean he was actually 19? Okay, wait. 19? No. I'm talking about the little kid. Okay, you talking about you talking about a 19-year-old. I'm talking about I think this child is about maybe 7 or 8 years old. Okay, no, I didn't hear about the 19-year-old. Okay. All right. So what did he say, Hassan? Because I'm thinking of the young kid that was there. I wasn't thinking. I didn't know about the 19-year-old. Well, that's Aaron, the ones that do it publicly like that. Sometimes I think they're doing it to show that they're a good Christian. You know, or they answering to the voice. I thought you was a Christian. Aren't you supposed to forgive? Mm-hmm. You're supposed to forgive. Not all the time successful. That's why you got to turn to the Lord to help you to forgive. You know, it's very seldom that I was in a situation where that was so bad I didn't forgive. But I can understand if I possibly could have been, and I stated it to somebody. But there's people that done me wrong. I forgave a long time ago, even at the moments or the moments afterwards. But I didn't actually tell them, "Hey, I forgive you." I didn't go to them and go, "Hey, you did this wrong to me, that wrong to me." I just forgive and let it go, and it gets forgotten. The young man that testified on behalf of the incident cut food. I thought he was truthful. The prosecutor tried to lace his testimony as fine and inconsistent. Okay, no, no. I was running around that time, so I didn't get a chance to hear it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and hear his testimony. Uh, so, Son, you're gonna have to be specific next time because I'm thinking of the little kid's testimony. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's why a lot of them believe their sins are not forgiven by the Lord because they were hearing the devil it was for in their ears. Um, yeah. So yeah, the person doesn't actually have to hear, but sometimes you do have to. But as I said, I ain't got to that. I haven't been tested that way to where there's something been so bad I haven't forgiven. I've been angry for a while, and I have moments where I didn't forgive, or I didn't let it go. This is the way I was seeing it. I wasn't letting it go. I stayed angry and I wasn't letting it go. And then eventually I let it go, and it's like no deal, no big deal, or it was all right. But sometimes I forgot about it. But I didn't mean to get off into the forgiveness sector and stuff like that. But I just was kind of angry because I'm seeing these people do horrible wrong and they being forgiven, and they either didn't even ask forgiveness or it seemed like they asked forgiveness because they caught. And I'm like, wait a minute, why are you forgiving them? They ain't even saying they're guilty of anything. As far as they're concerned, they didn't do anything. So how you gonna forgive them for something they didn't do? That's why I'd be like, forgive you for what? So I know me and you are on the same page. Uh, no, da, 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 da. So yeah. So I plan to, start going through the CNN YouTube thing to see what I missed. Cause I've been in school all day today. I didn't see I didn't see the trial today. Although I admit that I wasn't watching too much of it, I figure I'd just get irritated as heck. But I would see a few clippings from another news channel, and then I'll get curious and I'll go looking. So yeah, it was horrible to thought that very young kids were seeing it, and they even said that the police officer was deliberately hurting him, putting more and more pressure on. They could see it. How come if a young child can see it, grown people are trying to make excuses? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and then they bear false witness sometimes on people. They go digging for something to try to excuse why they did what they did. You see, he was a drug dealer. You see, he was on drugs. You see, he was a petty criminal. Oh my goodness. So yeah. So sometimes, uh, not to mention, sometimes there's a lot of stuff to go through. You know, But yeah, and some stuff I'm listening to that. I say if I was a juror, I'd be having all kind of questions. I probably burn through a little mini tablet every day, asking questions. You know, I probably wouldn't even be patient enough to wait for the defense or whatever to write it up. Either that or I have the note in my tablet. You know, this and that. That's why I don't get shirk for jury duty that often. Cause I'll ask questions and it'll suddenly start a avalanche of questions. But most of mine has been like civil, jury and civil cases. Only one criminal case, and we was all asking questions. Yeah. So, and the jurors for this case, I have to be sequestered. I know that. Yeah. So I don't even know if they were successful to try to bring it from uh what level murder to manslaughter, something like that. Yeah, and yeah, and every time I see the the police cameras footage, I'd be like, what the hell? I said, if the man was having trouble breathing because he was claustrophobic, why in the heck are you on his neck? And then find out there was other things they could have done. Hmm. Okay. right. So yeah, yeah. Okay. Like the song said, we're waiting. Mm-hmm. And waiting to see how this is gonna go. Yeah, I guess we're also prayerful, hopeful that for once, justice will happen. Mm-hmm. Well, at least this police officer ain't trying to ask forgiveness, or did he, of the family? But it ain't gonna do him any good in time. Because uh, George brothers, George Floyd brothers, are not in no forgiveness mood. So I know. Yeah. And to see so many jurors crying, whew, I think that's why I originally started playing the song. You know, need comfort from the spirit. Because I was watching some of the trial yesterday. On YouTube, but you know. Okay. So, should we believe that covers a wide range? Should we believe in God? Should we believe in prayer? Should we believe in justice? Should we believe things will be different? Should we believe that we've been heard? Should we believe this year will be better than the last? Should we believe that we can come together? Should we believe that we can work together? Should we believe that enough people, or people are waking up? Should we believe that a lot of our people eyes are being opened to the truth? Truth about white people, dominant society, all the racism in every form that's being done to us? Should we believe that voting is one way to get the things we need? Should we believe that not voting get us what we need? Or should we believe that things are going to change for the better? Should we believe that it's not too late for our community? Should we believe it is too late for our community? Should we believe that these guys on YouTube are an anomaly? Should we believe that they're spreading their poison out into the world outside of YouTube or social media? Should we believe that we can turn things around for our young people? Should we believe that they'll be able to learn from our mistakes and do the things we can't? Should we believe that things are not going to be the same because of COVID? Or should we believe that once we get through with COVID, everything's going to go back to the way it was? Should we believe? Okay, I remember when a black cop killed a headbed in an alley, and they wasted no time to throw the book at him and give him 12 years. Yeah. Should we believe that black cops realize that they're not part of the Blue Lives Matters? Blue Lives Matters is still part of White Lives Matter, and they don't see you as part of that. You know. Yeah, because that's the way it happens. The cop was black, so the book gets thrown at him. But if he's white, he gets to walk away. Or worse shit, even go back to work. Yeah. I believe they kind of lost their way. I don't know. Some stuff ain't jiving from what, I've been told. But then again, maybe my community is unique. Or maybe there's a difference between the generations in the 30s and 40s and the generations in the 50s and 60s. I don't know. But, black cops didn't just become black cops to get a better pay. They originally was supposed to be the front line between white cops and the black community. They were supposed to handle things in the black community so we wouldn't have white cops coming through our community and doing more harm to us than good. Yeah. Or they in jail for a certain amount of years, and then before you know it, they've been paroled and they out of there. Yeah. So, okay. Okay, should we believe in ourselves, should we believe that we're gonna have to, in some cases, segregate ourselves? Hmm. From this society? Yeah. Yeah, Oscar Grant. Okay. I couldn't remember the name. Yeah. And then there's some shooks, they just got fired at one precinct and worked in another precinct across the country. Or shooks in one case, uh, um, 2 counties over. Or if you like ours, where we got a sheriff, a police, state, and then you got marshals, all them different types of police departments go from one to the other. Uh, I knew cops that couldn't take working in one police department and end up working in another because they were seeing some stuff that they didn't like and they weren't being heard. Would they tell me what it was? No.
I'm sorry, I'm back. Damn, thank you. I'm sorry. I had to get some stuff straightened out.
Okay.
Yeah, people. So spirituality is something that we need to lean on in these times. These aren't ordinary times. So there is no time for ridiculing those who believe in a higher power. I suggest you start believing in a higher power yourself because it's going to take something more than us to get us out of this mess. It's getting worse, and people pretend like nothing is happening. Something is happening. I mean, it's being put in your face more and more every day. Every day they take another inch. Every day they go just a little bit further. This is an outright this is outright muscle. They're starting to muscle us out of position. And they're threatening to have only their way of life relevant on this planet. They don't want any other way of life relevant. They're getting ready to outlaw masculinity. They're getting ready to outlaw gender roles. Pretty soon, it's going to be offensive for you to call someone a boy or a girl or a woman or a man. And look, I'm telling you, this is going to happen. Not making this up. Y'all better do something. Y'all better get after these lawmakers or these politicians about some real stuff because pretty soon it's going to be offensive and probably a hate crime. For example, if someone starts a fight with you and it's a man and he hits you and you hit him back, and if you say in the report that man hit me, they go right, and so I retaliated. They're going to say you committed a hate crime. Why? Because you called him a man. That's against the law. There are no longer any genders in this world. They're trying to get rid of genders completely. You already got people fighting to drop the pronouns. Again, remember, I told you, academia is one of their greatest weapons that they use against you. They use English against you. This is why they're so good at dropping these terms. Hold on a second.
So I just need your license number, the state that issued it, you to print your name and sign your name.
Okay, y'all. Yeah. Oh my goodness, can't even call Mr. Potato Head. So what they gonna call him Potato Head? And what they gonna do with Miss Potato Head and Baby Potato Head? And okay, okay, I know I'm getting to the potato head analogy. Um, but this is ridiculous. Okay, it's bad enough that we can't even use pronouns like she and he for some of them. No, they refer to be it. You know, I cringe calling
Sorry
another
about
human
that, y'all.
being it. Oh,
Sorry about that, y'all. But I'm working too, so. But
uh,
yeah, so it's going to get to the point where it's going to be illegal for you to call someone what they are. If they're a man, if you call them a man or a boy or a male, that's going to be against the law. Y'all think I'm playing. I'm telling you, this is coming. Y'all better wake up and recognize what's going on. They're not playing. And look at the contingent of you have the blacks who stand with them. This is not a time. Let me explain something. I'm probably one of the most hardcore pro blacks you guys will ever come across. As a matter of fact, my Super Black series is going to be on the Power Network. Okay, I'm so black, I'm super black, right? And so, but I'm telling you right now, you're going to have to curtail that and only use that type of blackness for the people that you love and you know that you can trust. You're going to have to curtail that to the rest of the black people until they prove to you that they are black because you have large factions, primarily black men. I'm not saying that there aren't black women out there too, but there are more black men. First of all, the black women's factions don't really have an effect. Okay, they're just women who are angry, who are pissed off because they're being done wrong, and they're calling guys no good Negroes and no good men, stuff like that. It's the typical and the usual. But the problematic factions are the ones with the men. You know why? That's such a big problem because it's the men that's supposed to be the leaders. It's the men that's supposed to be providing a way. Hold on one second.
You are, sir. You should be good to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help. Okay. They are the ones, I'm sorry. Yeah. They are the ones who have the biggest impact. Okay. You take away them, you take away the leadership in your community. You understand? You take away the stability in your community. All of these things, when you take away the black man, when you take the black man out of the equation, all of these things come with it. Hold on one second, man. Don't tell me okay. Hold on. That's why the factions with the men are problematic and deadly serious. Have serious, serious repercussions because without them, who are going to lead the boys? Who are going to train the boys? The mother can only do but so much with the boys. She can take the boys to a certain extent and give the boys what she has, which is love, because she's a loving and nurturing person. But she can't give a boy that mental toughness, that mental grit, because she don't understand what's in his heart. She don't understand his testosterone. She don't understand what testosterone does to his mind. Only a father can guide him out of that and guide him into that mental toughness, into that emotional toughness. And this is very, very important because you see what happens when we have a bunch of emotional males. Look at what they're doing. So it's problematic when these factions consist of black males. That's devastating our community because the black male pretty much does the most. Yes, you got some women out there that got their little factions too, but nothing nowhere near as effective as the ones with the males in it. The ones with the males in it are absolutely decimating our community. You understand? They're decimating our community. And so you're going to have to really curtail blackness until the people that you are with the people that uh, the people that you're with show you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get out of this facility. It's very very big. But anyway, the people that show you that they're black, and I mean they have to show you that they're down. None of that half-ass shit. None of that. Okay. And so my issue is that it's time for us to create that spiritual force. You can create that by praying. Now I know some of you don't believe in praying. Some of you don't believe in God. I'm not asking you to believe in God. I'm asking you to help us create a spiritual force, a righteous force that can deal with this evil force that's threatening to consume all of our children and destroy the rest of us. Because they want our children. They want to destroy the black woman and they want our children. They want to be able to control the black woman so they can have an endless well of children. They want to turn the black woman into a baby factory. All they want her to do is have babies. That's it. So they can continue their sick and twisted nature. That's all they want. They don't want no masculine men around because they don't want no manly men around. They don't want no warriors around because warriors will fight. Warriors can grow strong. Warriors can topple what they're doing. This is why there's a war on manhood. It's an absolute war on manhood. Hold on one second, y'all. Dane, take over real quick.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So we're they want to take back the breeding farms. Dang. Oh my goodness. Um, and that's what it sounds like, especially when our men are saying stuff like um that they would be perfectly fine without us, or they won't um they want black women only for sex and breeding. Uh, that sounds exactly like the breeding farms that was going on in the South. Sex and making babies. Mm-hmm. Except they don't want. They want to be the new white man. They want to be the new masters. Um, they don't want to work for what they want. They they are in a weird place. They want to be the woman, the white man, the master. They're a confused mess. So what they doing by putting these ideas in these weirdos' minds is they going to be like, we're not enslaving you. It's your own people. It's not us. Not knowing that they the black hand of white supremacy. That they do that. They talking about the extinction of their people. Because what you think is going to happen if by some miracle they manage to slay uh, us black women? That's going to be an excuse to enslave, kill off the rest of you men. Not just the one weirdos who wants to enslave, but all black men. Because we all monolith. One does, all does. That's the way they think. And then women be defenseless because they already got their themselves down because these men have enslaved them. Well, hey, the slave ain't free, and now that their men are gone, take advantage of the women. Take advantage of the children. And it would be all done in the name of saving them from their men. Yeah, this is so demonic that it's not even, for some reason, not occurring to them that that this is the way the demon works, the destruction of human beings, destruction of mankind, but having it destroy itself. Yeah, convince you that your women is your enemy. Convince you that you be perfectly fine without her. You know, convince you that, oh, if you want her, you can keep her. You can keep her underneath your foot, enslaved. Just have all the sex you want. She won't have a say in the matter.
And if you really pay attention, right, that's pretty much the aim of these Hebrew Israelites. They have that same mentality. All right, they want to be able to control their women. They just want to. These guys are deviants. Okay, these are devils. These aren't men of faith or men of spirituality. These men move by black and white words that are printed on paper that is designed to confuse people and captivate the minds of people for the purposes of control. And they want to do the same thing with their women, the women in their camps. Look, I'm going to tell you, black women, if you got men that are in an organization, you need to really vet that organization. And don't get caught up in the stories and get mesmerized by the things they say. You see, they catch a lot of you because the black woman is the most spiritual woman on this earth, the most spiritual person. There's nobody more spiritual than the black woman. And what they're trying to do is use that against you. They're trying to use that against you. Well, actually, they are using it against you in many cases. And they're trying to use that to enslave you sexually. That's all they want to do. They just want you for sex and to make babies. And what kills me is the Hebrew Israelites, most of them are deadbeat dads. They can't even take care of their kids. So you're having babies for dudes who are deadbeats. And once you're in that faction, you're subject to their rules. And if you think for yourself, then you become a heathen or you become someone that's supposed to be against God because you are thinking for yourself when you realize that what's going on isn't right. They don't want the black woman to think for yourself. They want you to be a mindless vagina. That's it, a mindless vagina. That's what they want. A mindless vagina, a vagina that doesn't talk back, a vagina that doesn't think for itself, just a mindless vagina that they can have endless sex with. You know, I looked into female mutilation. I was watching a movie that I'm probably going to premiere in our Discord. All right. It's about female mutilation, about what they're doing to black women in different countries. And what they're doing is they're cutting off the clitoris so the woman can't receive pleasure. But you see, the men can receive all the pleasure they want. They don't care nothing about the woman. And the movie was very powerful. As soon as I get the name of it again, I'm going to let y'all know what it is. And we're going to be premiering it in our Discord. You guys might want to watch it. It's extremely powerful. The wickedness in this world, the most evil people and the most wicked are males, men, the most deviant. And they try to make you think that the woman is the one that is evil. The woman is the benevolent one. You say, well, why did Delilah destroy Samson? Well, if I told you that Samson was evil, would you believe it? No, because you've been taught certain things. Dane, take over real quick. I got to check out.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't think of Samson as evil. I just thought of him as weak. He's a weak man. Yes, he was the strongest man in the world, but he was weak in other areas. And that's what led to his downfall. I mean, his arrogance and his weakness. Yeah. Samson, I always thought, was a example of a physically strong man, but weak in his control of his appetites and weak in judgment, which is weird since he was considered a judge. But yes, he was weak. I mean, how many times did Delilah try to capture him? I mean, he couldn't tell that his woman was involved with trying to capture him. He told her, okay, he lied to her a couple of times, but he told her at least 2 separate times, and they tried to use the method that he told her would make him weak. Yeah. But hey, they had strength in his hair. No, the strength wasn't in his hair. The hair was to represent his covenant with God. Actually, it started off with his mother's covenant with God, and he kept it forward. His strength came from God. Once he broke his covenant with God, which was not to cut your hair, his strength went with him. But hey, it was going to go in a matter of time anyhow. He was weak. He was physically strong, but he was mentally weak. He was emotionally weak. He was judgmental weak. In fact, I guess you could say he's also okay. I'm trying to think of the word. He was extra thirsty. He was thirsty for Delilah. Yeah, and yeah. So only thing he knew about Delilah that was she looked good. Didn't know she was a good woman. Didn't know she would make a good wife. didn't know anything about her peoples, her family, didn't know, didn't care. He just wanted the punani. I could scalp your cameo and I still have strength. Big Daddy can't. All right. Yeah. So, yeah. Let me see, because it makes me think of what Max was saying about uh, you got to be strong in all these areas. If you weaken one of them, it's going to bring you down. He wasn't weak financially. Actually, he was very well off. Um, so that wasn't his problem. That wasn't his weakness. Let me see. He wasn't physically weak. Hey, he was a very strong man. But where was he weak at? Let me see. Self-control, especially sexual immaturity. Pride, arrogance. I guess he was arrogant because of the first two. He didn't think he needed to restrain himself in other areas. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he knew God was behind him. He still had his strength. All he had to do was keep one simple promise. He was above all this other stuff. He did a lot of horrible things. But it took him, you know what they said, pride goes before the fall. Well, his pride and joy of his lovely hair, showing his covenant and his mother's covenant with the Lord was gone. Didn't even notice. Arrogance. My woman would never do this to me. Arrogance. I'm the strongest man in the world. Arrogance. Okay, one thing out of many things learned from Max. Men need to have his armor on at all times and stop getting offended as men. Deep. Okay. Yes. Yeah, because there's a point of iron sharpening iron. You think iron sharpening iron is easy? You know the amount of force that needs to go, iron has to go at each other to sharpen each other. Mm-hmm. So he's coming at you like a man. He's coming at you like iron. Oh, but suddenly you find out you're not iron. You actually tin, maybe brass. So instead of realizing and taking what he's pointing out to you that you're not strong in these areas and see about strengthening yourself in these areas, you're
shout out to the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App, Nisha. Then we was discussing Samson, right?
Mm-hmm,
Before I got off. Well,
Yeah,
Samson wasn't the strongest man in the world. We was told he was. You can't be the strongest man in the world and be weak too. Okay, you don't get to be both. Okay, you don't get to be both. But what if I told you? See, a lot of this stuff These stories are being told either in the reverse or they're being told from the opposite end of the spectrum. They're being told the opposite of what they really are. And some of these characters that we think were good were really evil characters, who got their just dessert. Like if I told you that Samson was evil, you probably wouldn't believe me because you was told that Samson was a good guy. If I told you that Samson was a womanizer and used his hair to beguile women and be something like a biblical pimp, right? And that Delilah was one of his women who wanted to put an end to his womanizing ways. If I told you that story, would you believe it? See, what you was told about Samson, you was told that Samson was a strong man. He believed in God. I don't understand. How could you believe in God but believe all your strength came from your hair? See, there's a lot of little gems in these stories that you don't pay attention to that tell you that these stories are totally false. There are contradictions in the stories, okay, that make the story add up to making no sense. Can you hear me, Dane? Am
Yeah.
I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Hey? Hey? What if I told you he was a womanizer and used his long hair as a weapon to womanize women, kind of like a pimp? And he was taken out by one of those women. Think about it, right? If someone is using something to hurt you, especially a woman, I don't know about other people, but most women, if you're using something to hurt them over and over and over again, if they can get their hands on that something that's hurting them, they're going to destroy it. Because they believe that by destroying it, it can no longer hurt them. That's the way a lot of women think, right? So if this man is using his hair to womanize women, right? Then what would you think Delilah would go for? She would go for the thing that he's used to hurting women, his hair. Does it make sense? Dane, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Boom, snip, snip, snip. The hair was gone and the pimp was dead, right?
In prison and blinded.
See, here's the thing. Again, we go back to fear, right? We're afraid to speak the truth. We're afraid of hearing people speak the truth. If the truth come out, people want to go run and duck under beds and hide and, my name is Bennett, I ain't in it and all this other stuff. We are afraid to speak what's the truth because we've been told if we say certain things about particular things, then it's blasphemy. How dare you question a pastor who happens to be a rogue and corrupt? Even though the Jesus that you say you believe in tell you to judge people by the fruit that they bear, you don't tend to do that. You don't even listen to the person that you worship so much. He said, judge people by the fruit that they bear. He said that very clearly, if he ever existed. But let's just pretend that he did exist. He was very clear when he said, judge them by the fruit that they bear. These pastors' fruit is rotten. They are corrupt. Calling someone corrupt who is corrupt, is that a judgment? Or is that the truth? They are corrupt. Let's go to Mount Sinai, right? When Moses led the people out of the bondage of the old mean Pharaoh. What happened at the bottom of that mountain? What was the words that God chose? He told Moses, he said, go, get ye down. Thy people have corrupted themselves. Corruption is a very powerful thing. Let me say it one more time. Go, get ye down. Thy people have corrupted themselves. So God is telling you that corruption is in the way to spirituality. As a matter of fact, it is in the opposite direction of spirituality, right? It is definitely not something that God condones, right? So when these pastors are corrupted in the pulpit, why are you following them? They aren't about God. God just told you that he's not into corruption. Let's do it one more time. Go, get ye down. Thy people have corrupted themselves. Corrupted. Corruption. So when you see a pastor bearing the fruit of corruption, what is it that you should do? Should you keep going and following him? Should you pretend and say, well, all have fallen short of the glory of God? Moses, after all, Noah was a drunk and God used him. Noah was a drunk, but Noah wasn't corrupted. Yes, Noah was a drunk, but Noah wasn't corrupted. Noah was a spiritual man, although he was a drunkard at times. He wasn't corrupted. There is a difference. He didn't have a corrupt heart. And so when these pastors bear the fruit of corruption, why are you still following? You're following them because you have no idea what you're doing in the word. You have no idea what you're doing in spirituality. You don't understand anything. You haven't been taught anything, and the wool has been pulled over your eyes by corrupted and wicked pastors who seek to use spirituality for their own personal and financial gain. How is it that you have a pastor so adorned with splendor, homes, cars, and yet the people of the congregation are barely scraping up 2 nickels to rub together? There's food, there's famine. Do you know that most Black communities go through periods of famine? Did you know that? Most Black communities go through a period of famine. At any given time, there's 2 or 3 families on that block that are struggling to eat. Where are the preachers? When I was growing up, the preachers came in the community. They went to your home. They sat with you. They talked with you to see if you were doing all right, to see if you needed something. That is what men of God were supposed to do. They don't do that anymore. Now it's pay your tithes or get out of the church. As a matter of fact, let me give you this credit card application. If your credit don't check out, you can't become a member of our congregation. We only want people in this house of worship with good credit. Dame, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll take them if we for 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Sorry about that. 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Yes, he's right. They used to be there in your community, checking to see how you are, finding out what's going on with you, and yeah. And it wasn't about your money, it wasn't about your tithes. Yeah, they want you to pay tithes and stuff like that, but that's part of your agreement with God, showing that you trust him to take care of you. But But yeah, but now it seems to be money, 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 money. They're either trying to get money or they're trying to get you to be seeking money. Like God is a genie. Make a wish. I wish for $1 million. I wish to win the lottery. I wish for all the money in the world. You know,
I heard one pastor say that it was a sin to be poor. Yeah. And backed it up with scriptures in the Bible. Showed you scriptures of people with splendor, with material things, and said it's a sin to be poor. I'm still trying to figure out how Creflo Dollar has anybody follow them. I don't get that. But you know, we live in trying times. Okay. And so not that we're trying to give a sermon or anything here. It kind of turned into a little bit of a spiritual thing because we were talking about spirituality. This particular show that I'm doing right now, it's about spirituality. So you may hear a little bit of some stuff we may pull from the Bible. And we are trying to attract more of our Christian brothers and sisters because we need a strong force of faith. We need prayer. Black people need prayer. We need prayer. We need that. We need to create that righteous force. Now, not that we're supposed to not do anything to help ourselves, but we're supposed to pray while we're helping ourselves and let that force be an addition to what we're already doing for ourselves and each other. Not just totally rely on that force to save us, but as an ally to come help us out and turn the tide. Because trust you me, we are in for a serious fight. The fight hasn't started yet. I hate to break the news to you. I know it seems like we've been in the fight since hell froze over, right? But no, we just been enduring and suffering. And we've been getting our ass kicked. The only fighting that's been going on is the one on the side of our enemy. Our enemy has been fighting and beating the hell out of us. But we haven't actually fought back. The time is getting ready to come to where we won't have no choice but to fight back. And we are faced with a mighty enemy that has overwhelming resources and manpower. It has tentacles that reach all over the world. We are truly up against a Goliath. Silver lining though, Goliath was defeated. And this Goliath can also fall, but it's not going to be easy as shooting a rock from a slingshot. No, it's going to take more than that to defeat this Goliath. See, because this Goliath actually knows how to defend itself. So, we have our work cut out for us. A mighty enemy threatening to wipe us out. Who do we have on our side? What do we have on our side? Right now, the playing field is uneven. The scales are uneven. How do we get the scales balanced again? What do we have? Because our side is down. Their side is all the way up. They are reigning supreme right now. How do we get our scale up to balance things out? So that our enemy will meet us on even ground, equal in might, rather than overwhelmingly powerful against us, which is where he's at right now. And he's only like that because the scales are unbalanced. So what helps tip the scales? It's not money. It's a resource, the most valuable resource on this earth. It's what they're using to tip the scale in their favor. Can anyone name what that resource is? Go ahead, try. I'll wait for a few minutes. Dane,
Yeah.
monitor the chat to see if anyone can answer. What is the resource that the enemy is using to tip the scale in their favor? Let me know what you see in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Somebody take a stab at it.
Okay. Ah. Okay. Okay. Well, so far, okay, so far, someone says labor, another person said our minds, and another person says money, and another person says our collective finances.
You guys hear me?
You very low, Max, to the floor. Hello.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Do you want the answers one at a
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay. The first one up said labor.
Now, who said that?
Say it ain't so.
That's very, very close. That's very good. That it's not the answer, but it's. I'm gonna put you in the 95% right. Say it ain't so. That's a good answer. You're
All right.
5% away from the original, from the real answer.
Okay. All right. Nikki says our minds.
Yeah, something like that, but not quite true. Go ahead.
Okay. Need open legs says money.
Wait, what was the name of that?
Need open legs.
Need open leg. Oh boy, I've heard it all. No, money is not. As a matter of fact, money is one of the least powerful of the resources. Only we think money is powerful. People who have real power don't rely on money. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Aaron Collins says our collective finances.
Again, that would go into money. No.
Hassan's Burton says trays.
No.
Okay, that's it. Unless I could. Nikki said the greatest weapon the oppressor has is the mind of the oppressed.
Not really.
Okay, that's it so far.
All right, good answers or good tries. Saying ain't so was the closest. She said labor. What is labor usually attached to? Who produces labor?
Business.
Business? Who produces labor? Or should I say, who does labor? I'm sorry, I worded more. You're right, business. Who does labor?
Say it ain't so has two answers. Humans, people.
There it is. People. Humans, people. The greatest resource on this earth, everybody, is people. You can't do a damn thing without people. Not one thing. I don't care what it is. Without people, you can't do anything. You can have all the money in the world, but without people, your money is useless. You can have all the gold and diamonds in the world, but without people, they are worthless. People are the greatest resource on earth. Without people, you have no power. Without people, you have nothing. You can have a gigantic business, but with no people, your business will produce absolutely nothing. And so the monsters who seek to destroy us, they have a large surplus of people that allows them to tip the scales in their favor. They have a saying, those who are dead set against us, they have sayings in some of these corporate businesses, like they call it farming people. They farm people. They farm people. Companies like Prime, they farm people. People are the greatest resource. Without them, there's nothing you can do. I don't care what you got. Without people, ain't nothing going down. And our enemy has a large surplus of that resource. And that is what's allowing them to tip the scales in their favor. And the sad part about it is we have even a greater number of that resource. We have a number of that resource that dwarfs that of our enemy. The problem with us is we don't know we have it. And we don't know how to use it. You see, that evil person who has the scales tipped in his favor, he knows how to use that resource and make that resource work for him. That's why the scales are tipped in his favor. Not only do he has a great number of people, but he knows how to use those people and make those people work for him to bolster his position and for him to seize power. How do you amass power? Who gives you power? People give you power because people believe in you and they allow you to govern over them. That's power. People believe in you and they carry out your wishes. That's power. It is the people who give you power. If you wanna kick someone's ass and you can't do it yourself, right? Then you need to have the power to have someone else do it. Right? So how are you going to get that power? You're going to find a person who's game and you're going to offer them some money to kick that person's ass. They're going to accept those monies, right? And they're going to kick that person's ass. You've just been empowered. That person has just empowered you. And it doesn't matter how you get the person to do it, whether you give them a few dollars or talk him into it. But that person is allowing you to have power. You've heard expressions, man, you don't want none, man. Man, all I got to do is make a phone call. So that person makes a phone call, and on the other end of that phone call, he says something to a person, and then they say something to a couple of more people, and then they show up and somebody get their ass whooped. That's power. That's power. If you have a dirty yard and you don't have any kids to clean it up, and you need that yard to get clean, and you may be suffering from an ailment, you can't do it yourself, there are other people in the neighborhood. Hey, I need some help with this yard. I'll pay you $10, $20, $30 to clean this yard up. Boom. Your yard gets cleaned up for a few dollars. That's power. You just tasted power and don't even realize it. You see, because at the core of power is money. And money get people to do things. These people who are in power aren't talking to people and asking people to do things in a nice manner. They are paying people to do their will. So whenever you pay someone to do your bidding, to do your will, you've just tasted power and don't even realize it. You've just tasted power. What they saying in the chat, Dan?
Okay. Let me scroll back a little bit. Let's see. Nikki, truest words ever spoken. Hassan Burton, the 10%. I'm back in the court, so forgive my first answer. Meaning there are more non-blacks than blacks in the U.S. Power to the people. We have monetary power, but we have been convinced to give it away instead of using it, fix our problems and create solutions.
Listen.
Hold on, man. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Mm-hmm.
Stop getting caught. Black people, stop getting caught up in fancy rhetoric. Be simplistic in nature. Simplicity is powerful. Simplicity is balance. Balance is the most powerful thing in life, in our existence. There's nothing more powerful than balance. Be simplistic. Simplicity is extremely powerful. The more simple a situation is, the easier it is to deal with. See, we say these things like monolith and monetary this and monetary that. We get caught up in a bunch of fancy jack rhetoric. Stay simplistic. You want power? Pay someone to do your bidding. It's a very simple and straightforward way. Pay someone to do your bidding, and you will have power. Pay someone to own property, and you will have power. Purchase things from people that will allow you to amass power. Very simple, simplistic approach. You want power, go out and pay for it. Power is right in front of your face. Each and every one of you in this chat room can gain power right now. Go out and purchase it. Power is for sale. Just ask those who brought an abundance of it. They'll tell you it's for sale. People who run large organizations, whether they be good or evil, purchase power. They pay the people to make their organization be what it is. Go out and purchase you some power. Many of you have already done it. You just don't know what it. You just don't know it was power. You chalked it up to some kind of It's just no, it's no big deal. Uh, it's a situation. I just gave him a few dollars. No, being able to get someone to do your will, whether you have the gift to gab or whether you pay them to do it, is power. Some people say that money is the root of all evil, right? Well, most people who say that don't have any money and two don't know how to use it. And I've been told some craziness about it. Money isn't the root of all anything. Everything that you see that goes on in this country is a result of the mentality of human beings. Money is not the root of anything. So when Dame gets back, we're going to have a conversation about where do we go now that Derek Chauvin is on trial. If this thing goes badly, it's going to go badly. If that man is acquitted, what are you guys prepared to do if he's acquitted? And all hell breaks loose. Has anybody thought about that? Because if he's acquitted, all hell is going to break loose. And it's not just going to break loose here in America. It's going to break loose all around the world. It's going to get real crazy here in America. Crazy in which the likes you've never seen before. Are you prepared for all of that? Is everybody preparing? Everybody getting themselves armed and getting prepared for some chaos to happen? You have the Asians being attacked clearly by whites, but for some reason have amnesia coming on TV and making social media podcasts saying that black people are attacking them. When you can clearly see the nationality of the person that is who is attacking them. But you got Asian people who are somehow convinced that white people are now black. I mean, it's the craziest thing. Every time you turn around, somebody is dragging us into something. So, at some point, we are going to have to fight. Now, I know some of you don't want to do that. And, you're afraid of confrontation because you're full of fear. But I'm here to tell you, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. Because the people who are fighting against you, and trying to stop, tear you down and all that, they aren't going to stop. They won't stop because you said, hey, uncle, I give up. Well, at that point, they're just going to take your life if you say, uncle. You are going to have to fight. I'm sorry. There's no way out of this other than confrontation. So if Chauvin goes free, I don't think he will. I don't believe he will because the evidence that the defense is presenting to me is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But you have racist white people in media, mainstream media, are trying to spin this. Like the one when the EMS worker was on trial. And the fact that she had an issue with the lawyer, they're trying to say, well, now her testimony can't be trusted, even though she clearly said that this man would not move his knee off that man's neck. I don't understand why all of a sudden her testimony can't be trusted because she got into a shouting match with a lawyer. So it sounds like there's some cahoots going on. She could be secretly convinced and did that on purpose, and people shouldn't put anything past them at all. Think the unthinkable when it comes to them. Don't put anything past them. So they might be in cahoots. That's why some people are thinking that this may turn out bad, because it seems like they're putting on a show. It seems like the people that are coming up are all about this. Oh, Derek Chauvin's a monster. But then there's that one little thing that they say that can cause doubt. Okay? Like the EMS worker, she was supposed to have been a strong witness. But because she had an issue with the lawyer, now her testimony can't be trusted. Now they're questioning her testimony, which is ridiculous. And the defense is ridiculous. Talking about the police couldn't do their job because the crowd was hostile. Okay, if the crowd was hostile and all of that, how come Derek Chauvin never moved? How come he didn't fear and get up off the man's neck to try to defend himself from this so-called hostile crowd? And so you're telling me that the police officers were supposed to be occupied by this so-called hostile crowd while their friend was sitting there murdering a man? See, all this stinks really, really bad. Stinks real bad. Now, I understand that the defense has to put on a defense, and I wouldn't want to be the defense. First of all, if I would have never took the case, and if I would have took the case, I would have told him, look, man, here's the deal. You fucked up. You got to throw yourself on the mercy of the court. You're going to have to say that you were jealous or some shit, and that you were out of your damn mind, and you sorry and start crying, every damn thing. I mean, you cry. I'm gonna need you to be crying every day in court. Matter of fact, I want you to wear a T-shirt that says "I'm crying" on it. I want you to look like a wreck. I want you to come in with bags under your eyes, even if you have to purchase them. I want your hair all messy. I want you to look like a battered woman. And I wouldn't even defend him to get no acquittal. I would have tried to defend him to try to get, some reasonable time, something other than life. Maybe 30, 40 years, 60 years, something like that. But there's no way I would have tried to defend this man knowing what I saw. Damon, you back?
Yeah.
Tell me what's going on in the chat.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. If you look around the country, black people are considered permanent consumers. That's need open legs. We should purchase shares of stock that pay dividends. That's how we make our money. Work for us instead of working for money.
Okay, so black people are considered permanent consumers. That doesn't do anything for me because that is a person's opinion. Okay? I don't fancy myself as a permanent consumer. It's about what we think about each other. It's about what we think about ourselves. We cannot continue to allow people to define our character and our personality and our drive. We have to define that ourselves. If they wanted to call us names and say that we're personal consumers, let them talk. Who cares? What you have to do is define who you are and show the world who you are. That's what I do every day. I show the world that I'm somebody to be reckoned with, and I'm not a I'm not a permanent consumer. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. We should purchase shares of stock that pay dividends. That's how we make our money work for us instead of
But
working.
why would you want to purchase? Why would you want to purchase shares in a system that's designed to oppress you? You see, the more you give them their money, give them your money, right? The more you allow them to do things to you, and you keep them in power, and you keep their position fortified. You don't want to give them your money. You don't need to play the stock game. That's not even a game for black people. All that's designed is to get money from you. Understand something. In this country, money is the name of the game. And that white man has designed every conceivable way to get money from people so he can stay on top. Playing that stock game, you're just giving who are you giving the money to? You're not giving it to anybody black. You're giving it to the system. And it's going to keep them in power. We have to start building our own businesses, learning how to barter with one another, learning how to build businesses and create products to sell to other people. Forget about playing stocks. Build something concrete. Set up a couple of turnkey businesses. Like, for example, we need to find a niche in business, like Arabs, right? They do oil. So you know what they do? They come over here and try to bob every gas station they can get their hands on. You know why? Because that's a turnkey business. People need gas. So they're always going to make money. Black people need to start thinking that way. We can start finding turnkey businesses. All right, I suggest this. Since we like to eat, let's start buying up grocery stores, opening up groceries. Not so much restaurants, groceries, green grocers. Especially during COVID, people are trying to stay healthy. So a green grocer is very popular now. This is very, very popular. Start getting into the grocery store business. People are staying home. People are cooking more. People don't trust restaurants anymore because of COVID. Grocery deliveries are on the rise. People are getting good paying jobs now delivering groceries. Who ever thought that doing something that was the equivalent of a paper boy is making so much money now? When stores did deliveries way back in the day, I mean, the delivery person, lucky if he got $15. Now look how much it's paying. They're making $1,000 or more a week delivering groceries. You're making a G a week. You're making some good money, people. All right. After taxes, that's good money. That's $4,000 a month. You can live in most places. Okay, not enough in New York and maybe San Francisco, but in most places you could. That's a good living. 4 G's a month. That's a good living. All right. So in most places you're gonna be good, and in some places you're gonna live like a king or a queen. Like in Arizona, you're making a G a week in Arizona. What? Seriously? Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Nikki said America's on trial. Okay.
Anything else?
Tom Burton said, "Put my survival kit into effect, sizzling."
Let's start with Nikki. Nikki, she says America is on trial.
Mhm.
Absolutely, it is, Nikki. That's what I've been talking about. America is on trial. That's why this thing may end ugly. See, a lot of people outside this country don't like Americans. They don't like America. Okay, and so now that they've seen what the dominant society in America is capable of and how they don't value life, they're watching this trial. As a matter of fact, Dave, see if you can get some updates from the trial. But first, finish up in the chat real quick.
Okay. Okay. Hassan Burton say put my survival kit into effect seriously. Aaron,
Uh-huh.
Aaron Khan said think about all that all the time. Okay, Hassan Burton said they had evidence of 4 cops that beat Rodney King. The videotape, the batons, and still got.
Hold on, stop. You're going too far. Let's answer one at a time. I want to answer everybody. Now, after
Okay.
Nikki, who came next?
Hassan Burton put my survival kit into effect seriously.
Okay. Let's stop. Just read one comment at a time and let me respond to it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, definitely get that survival kit going. Y'all know what a survival kit is? You know, you need a knife, you need a compass, you need batteries. We're going to put that. I'm going to get that and start putting information for survival because black people, you're going to have to learn how to survive. You're going to have to, and shout out to the black people who are online, who are planting their own gardens. Black people, if you're not into gardening, now the time is to get into it. I don't give a damn if you got a plant. You need to be growing something edible. Times are going to get real bad. Okay? There might come a time where you are blocked off from getting to your local Walmart. You're going to have to start growing some food. Gardening right now, getting into agriculture right now is a must. I'm not saying you got to become Farmer Bob, but you need to learn something about planting seeds, learning how to grow vegetables, some kind of vegetable. That's going to be important in the days to come. And we're going to start getting some of that information out to you too. You know, we're going to start doing shows on gardening and certain seeds that you need and what type of soil can you, grow them in a plant in a house, whatever. But you need to start getting yourself into agriculture. Your life is going to depend on it at some point. With the way things are going, you're not going to always have Uber Eats, DoorDash, grocery delivery. You're going to have to survive. So gardening is a big deal. And start stacking up on canned goods. Preferably canned goods that have like a 2-year warrant, a 2-year expiration or more. Beans are good. Canned goods, start stacking up on canned goods. This also will help you at a time of famine and a crisis. If you have canned goods. And be mindful of the canned goods that you're getting. Make sure you can eat them straight from the can without having to cook them. Because you might be without electricity depending on what happens. You got to always plan for no electricity. You might not be able to cook. You might not be able to have propane. You might not be able to have a generator. You might be in the dark. You might be working with candles. So you got to still eat and feed your children. So you got to have canned goods that you can eat straight out of the can. And you ain't got to worry about cooking. Like pork and beans or baked beans. You know, the barbecue beans, whatever. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that they're ideal, but I'm talking about stuff that you can like something you can just easily can. So, you know, you don't have to worry about cooking. Got to start thinking like that. Survival mode. Go ahead, Dane.
Okay. All right. All right. They had evidence on the 4 cops that beat Rodney King, the videotape, the baton, and still got off scot-free.
Well, you know, that was just blatant white supremacy. That's all that was, blatant white supremacy. The problem I had with the whole thing is the fact that he got his ass whooped and he got a little bit of money for getting his ass whooped. And you come out on some can't we all just get along? See, that's what you call buck breaking right there. See what I'm talking about? See the kind of power money buys? This man got his ass whooped within an inch of his life by some crazy race soldier cops. And I mean got his ass whooped like a dog. They whooped him like a dog on TV. And when they happened yeah, we're gonna give you a couple of million and make a millionaire if you don't say nothing about this. Buck breaking. The power. See what I'm talking about? They purchased his loyalty. They purchased his coonship. Cost him a couple of million, which he squandered away anyway. You understand? See, the mind, going back to what Nikki said about the mind, that's also extremely powerful because if you got somebody walking around with their hair fried, thinking they're James Dean or, you know, Billy D. Williams, I have to say James Dean now because we got too many black dudes that want to be white boys. So I got to throw James Dean in there. So you got some dudes walking around with their hair fried thinking they James Dean or Billy D. Williams. You give them some money and they go broke because they think they James Dean and Billy D. Williams. When Rodney King died, he died broke. He had what, a couple of million? Dame, look up the Rodney Dame settlement.
All right.
And tell me how much he got. We're going to talk about Mr. God rest his soul, Billy D. Williams. And this goes to what Nikki was saying about the mind and how powerful brainwashing is, right? Remember I told you guys before that ghetto is a state of mind and not a physical place? But you've been told that it's a physical place. They've been working on our mental since we were born. They told you that a ghetto was a physical place, but it actually isn't. It's a state of mind. Because you can take people who live in the ghetto, who are used to living in slums and tearing shit up, and take them to a nice neighborhood that's upscale, right? Put them there and take the people that live there who care about where they live and put those people in the ghetto. Come back in 5 years, and there will be a metamorphosis in each place. The nice place will now be a ghetto and tore up and ran down. And the ghetto will now be a haven. How did that happen? It was the mentality of the people which made those places what they were. Ghetto is a state of mind. It's not a physical place. They want you to believe it's a physical place because they want your mind to be entrapped like that. It's a state of mind. So this fool gets all that money and dies nearly. I think he was broke when he died. I think somebody killed him. Okay, but he was broke. Okay, Dane.
Okay.
Lay it on us.
He received a 3.8 million civil settlement from the city of Los Angeles.
3.8 million?
Uh-huh.
That ain't no money as far as I'm concerned, people. Me getting my ass whooped like that, you're gonna pay me more than that.
Mm-hmm. But
3.8 million, that's it?
Mm-hmm. But pretty much all of it had disappeared by the time his fiancee discovered him on Sunday at the bottom of a swimming pool.
Wow. At the bottom of the swimming pool. A dead body floats, people. So the fact that he was found at the bottom of the swimming pool tells you that that was a hit. Tells you that that was a hit. 3.8 million. Getting your ass whooped like that, that's all. That was me and I got my ass whooped like that, they're going to give me way more. What? I would have been insulted at 3.8 million. Like you rogue cop beat me within an inch of my life in front of everybody, and you got the nerve to insult me even more by offering me 3.8 million? We starting at 100 million. That's the start. Now we ain't gonna end up there. We're gonna go up, but we started at 100 million. If we ain't starting at 100 million, I'm gonna be offended that this ain't even a serious negotiation. I'm sorry. This ain't even serious. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just can't because I'm a little tired. These are serious negotiations. If we're not starting at 100 million. And then his wife found him at the bottom of the pool. That's a hit, people, all day long. Because with a dead body floats. How come he wasn't floating on top of the water? Somebody meant for him to be found like that. Anyway, but at least they let him spend the money first. Because he probably was tricking off, which most dudes like that who wear processed hair do, because they on that pimp shit. The dumbass probably out there tricking off. Hold on, Dane.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it down for me real quick. I'm frozen.
Okay. Well, let me see. They said, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Much of it disappeared by the time it's beyond the suburban on Sunday. Jobless, virtually broke. Gone is the settlement he got after suing. Huge chunks went to the lawyers, he said. Some to family members, but some he simply wasted. Let me see. He was listed as bankrupt, was in celebrity rehab. He owns his home in Rialto. According to William, it's
Yeah, I'm
in the
back.
neighborhood of modesty, sub
You hear
200.
me?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, 3.8 million. That ain't nothing. I mean, come on, man. That's laughable. Y'all saw the ass whooping he took. Did that look like a $3.8 million ass whooping to y'all? Shit, I had it up to 100 million. That was $100 million ass whooping. I would have thought they were crazy coming to talk about some 3.8 million. Hey man, y'all don't get the hell out of here. Security, you get these crazy people out of here. Talking about some 3.8 million.
Not to
Reese,
mention,
uh,
not to mention the extra money they should have gave him for cooning about can we all just get along?
yeah, that should have been eight. That should have been 3.8 million. Hell, it should have been five extra. First, you're gonna give me a, a couple of 100 million, at least 200 million or something. Then you're gonna give me another 10 or 20 for saying some foolish shit like that. Maybe 50. I'm gonna need 50 more $1 million to say some foolish shit like that. Now y'all want me to say it so bad? Give me that $50 million. It's gonna cost you 50 mil. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna need some of that money to find me some fucking security to keep the niggers off my ass in my goddamn community for saying some stupid shit like that. Yeah, Dane.
All right. Let me see. The next thing said, Kendall's like, man, that trial don't mean crap. Why is this trial so important? They've been doing this crap for 500 years. They ain't never going to stop. If we control our dollars, we can put a stop to this terrorism tomorrow.
Well, I agree and disagree. But one, the reason why this trial is so important, because the whole world watched this man die. Now, I know black folks don't want to believe this, but this really touched a lot of people around the world. It really did. Some people, I was talking to a couple of Japanese people, man, who I know, some friends of mine, and they were really saddened by what they saw. A lot of foreign people, that I talked to, didn't like what they saw. And we have to be careful, right? We think all foreign people are racist towards us. They're not. A lot of foreign people ain't no different than you and I. They on hard times just as much as we are. Understand something. Coons don't come in just black. They come in all colors. All races got their coons. You got Chinese coons, Spanish coons, Hungarian coons, African coons, Haitian coons. Coons come in all colors. Even white. You got white coons. So let's not judge people by by the representation of their people in this country, because when they come to this country, they get corrupted. They get told when they check in, what's it they got to go through, a dame, to get into this country? They got to go through something at the airport, immigration or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when they're going through immigration, they get showed all kinds of videos and get told and get set up and told what's going to go down and what isn't going to go down. So they get programmed before they even hit American soil real good. Okay, so let's not judge foreign people by the representation of them in this country. Because quiet is kept, a lot of foreign people ain't even on it like that. A lot of them are no different than us. You get Filipinos who live in this country who are bucking for white supremacy and talking crazy. But when you go to the Philippines, I can show you some Filipinos who sympathize with you and will ride with you and will fight and die with you. And as far as this trial touched a lot of people, Kendall. It really did. A lot of people saw this, and the audacity is what really bothered a lot of people, man. The sheer arrogance and the audacity and the total disregard for life. The total disregard. See, life is universal, right? Life can reach all over the planet. People understand life. They may not understand us as black people, but they understand life. And what they saw a life being treated like that and being totally disregarded. A lot of people from different countries are very religious. They are extremely religious. Seriously. We may make fun of Muslims and stuff like that, but Muslims don't play that shit. They didn't. A lot of Arabs hated what they saw because they didn't like the way a life was treated. You understand? A lot of people are very, very religious around the world. And this type of blatant murder. Now here's another thing. They didn't expect this to go around the world like that. From what I understood, footage of this was being leaked to the BBC. And the BBC is what blasted it to everybody else. At that point, America couldn't do nothing but open it up. But I heard that they was trying to keep this under wraps until this was leaked by the BBC. I mean, let me explain something to you. That man had people chanting around the world, "I am George Floyd." I've never seen nothing like that before. And they were from all walks of life. You know what they were saying when they said, "I am George Floyd"? They were saying that that could have been me. That's what they mean when they say that. I am George. That could have been me getting choked out like that. And this trial is very important because the world is watching this trial. Now, this is not like the O.J. Simpson trial. This is something completely on another level. The whole world is watching. Because you have to understand something. Black people aren't the only people who are oppressed. Everybody has their own different type of oppression around this world. And they are using this as a trigger. Go ahead, Dane.
Okay. Okay. Uh, uh, Open Leg says, well, we know it's all out war against blacks, so I wouldn't be surprised if Floyd's murderer gets off. Cop shot Blake 7 times point blank in front of his children. Paralyzed, no jail time.
They remind me to give Open Legs a wrench just for that name alone.
Need Open Legs?
Yeah, that's got to be the coolest, one of the coolest names on here. But yeah, you remind me to give him a wrench. All right, read his statement again.
Okay. Well, we know it's all out war against blacks, so I shouldn't be surprised if Floyd's murderer gets off. Cop shot Jacob Blake 7 times point blank in front of his children. Paralyzed, no jail time.
Okay. I would be shocked if he got off. Because this is the kind of case that's going to set a precedent. If he gets off, you may see a coup. I'm serious. There are people waiting for this to go the wrong way. You might see a coup. I'm talking about a serious coup. And yes, Jacob Blake got shot so many times. The reason why they didn't get any jail time, you have to understand something. They see us as a threat when we're moving. This was clearly an act of white supremacy. And now, the reason why these cops are getting off is because black people don't truly understand a certain part of the law, right? There's a certain part of the law that says that you have a right to be judged by a jury of your peers, right? Well, if these cops are white, then who do you think their peers are? Their peers aren't black. Their peers are white. Also, their peers are in positions of power, such as the police union, the chief of police. There are entirely too many white police chiefs in this country. Too many. There are too many white top cops. There are too many white people at the high ranking parts of the police union. We have to do something about that. Because as long as the cream, meaning the color cream, white, is at the top, blacks will suffer at the very bottom, at ground level. We will continue to suffer at ground level because there is cream at the top, controlling everything. We will continue to suffer at ground level until we get some mocha at the top, some chocolate, some cocoa at the top. Right now, it's nothing but white cream at the top. And as long as that exists, you're going to continue to suffer at ground level. Go ahead, Dane. Dane. Okay. Am I here? Am I frozen again?
Oh no, that's me. That's me. I accidentally muted myself. Okay. Aaron Collins said the devil's in the details. Clearly, Chauvin is guilty as sin.
Well, yeah. Well, the devil just isn't in the details. The devil is all over it. Okay, he's in Derek Chauvin. He's in he's in the defense. I feel sorry for the defense. I wouldn't want to defend this guy. I already told you, if he came to me, I would tell him, look, the best I can do is try to paint you as to be some kind of battered woman. And I'm going to need you to look the part. I need you to put on a white beater, tear it up, mess up your hair, get bags under your eyes, drag you into court looking fucked up, and try to throw ourselves on the mercy of the court. That's all I can do. Maybe I can try to not get you life. Okay? I'd have been straight with him.
Mm-hmm.
I had him look like a crowd, had him looking like a crazy woman. You know, like, yo, Mahana, as you can see, my client is deeply saddened. You know, it has to get a tear duct transplant. He hasn't been able to stop crying and seeing the image of George Floyd in his dreams. He's having nightmares, and I would have had to. There's no way I would have tried to defend that man by saying he was innocent of anything. I wouldn't even took the guy. I would have turned him down. Like, nope, can't fuck. I can't help you, bro. But now the devil is not just in the details on this one. The devil is all over this. Now, I don't think he's going to get acquitted. I'm still skeptical about why he's not being charged with first-degree murder. 9 minutes is clear intent. I don't know what the hell you... Here's another thing, too, right? When you look at the video, why was he taken out of the car? And even Sergeant Dorsey questioned that, like, why the hell he was in the car handcuffed? Okay, it's over with. Take him downtown, book him. Why was he dragged out of the car? I don't get it. Go ahead, Dan. You about to say something?
Yeah, he was saying he couldn't breathe and he was claustrophobic. You know, that he feel like he can't breathe, and when they tried to shove him all the way in, he started having an attack. I mean, he started panicking, and when they tried to pull him through so they can close the door, he kept on going, fell out the other side.
So okay, he was having a panic attack. Okay. They couldn't give him ventilation by opening the doors and talking calmly to him.
They were, but they weren't accepting. He was asking them, you know, not to take him in the
Okay,
squad.
all they had to do was get him out the car, stand him up for a few minutes, let him lean up against the car and catch his breath, and then sit him down where there's some air. That's it. Didn't have to be this all out, dragging him out the car and beating the hell out of him, and then sitting on his neck until he's dead. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't see how the defense can win this case. They're not supposed to win a case like this, people. But then again, we've seen some bad stuff. And we're bracing ourselves for some more bad stuff because they're not supposed to win this case. There's no way they can win this case. This case, for all intents and purposes, looks like and should be a done deal. If ever there was a slam dunk, that is this case. And as far as the weak defense about, well, pre-existing conditions is what killed him. Pre-existing conditions, okay. Well, you can kill that by just simply asking this question. Get you a doctor. Any doctor will do. Okay? Actually, anybody can answer this question, but we want to keep it professional. Any doctor will do. You put a doctor up on a stand and you say, excuse me, doctor, can a human being in fairly good to even excellent shape survive someone depriving them of oxygen for 9 minutes? The doctor would emphatically told you no. And that would have killed the pre-existing condition argument. Because it doesn't matter if you have pre-existing conditions or not. Sitting on someone's neck, depriving them of oxygen for 9 minutes will kill anyone. Unless you find a human that doesn't breathe. But it will kill anyone. You cannot be deprived of oxygen for 9 minutes and live. I don't care what kind of shape you were in. You could be in fantastic shape. That don't have anything to do with anything. It's the fact that your oxygen was deprived. First of all, you're going to be brain dead because there's no oxygen going to the brain. So your brain is going to die. You're not surviving. I don't care if you work out 10 times a day, run 70,000 miles a week. You're not surviving someone depriving you of oxygen for 9 minutes, which is one of the weakest arguments I've heard in the trial. And I think he got away from that. But he had to try it. Go ahead, Dane.
Okay, let's see. Okay. On paper, America is a corporation. Oh, this is by Kendall. On paper, America is a corporation. So at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the accumulation of assets. That's how black people get ahead.
Well, I agree with you. But again, with the conscious rhetoric, America is a corporation and all of that. That may be true, but where are your assets? You have to start amassing assets. To do that, you have to start putting your money together. You got to start making. Listen, black people, we get ready to get. We're putting our solution show together to where we're going to have an hour or 2 hours where we talk about nothing but solutions. Now, one thing about me, I'm into real solutions. I'm not into all of this far gone conclusion shit. Shit that's going to take an act of God in order for it to happen. I'm not into that. Like we had some fool up here one time talking about black people need to put their money into supermarkets. We need to buy supermarkets. All right. Where are we getting them supermarkets from? Who's selling you those supermarkets? And where these supermarkets are going to be? What land? Where? What cities? See, I'm not into stupid shit like that. I'm into realistic shit that we can do right now. And we're going to have solutions about things you can do right now. Things that the only thing is stopping you from doing them is you. Ain't no white man stopping you. Ain't no black woman stopping you. The only one stopping you is you. When we do our solution-based show next week, I'm going to have a ton of solutions that can be done right now. Understand something. You got to crawl before you can walk. You can't go straight to the top. You got to work your way up to the top. First, we got to get to the first level first. You got to crawl before you can walk. But we have solutions. Are you willing to work those solutions? Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. What are you going to do when the grid goes down? Well, he got that in all caps. I think he just was. But it is a good question.
Well, what are you going to do when the grid goes down? You're going to be prepared. You're going to get into agriculture starting tonight. Start studying seeds. You guys can look that up now. Start looking up seeds and the type of seeds that you need to be purchasing to grow food. What kind of soil you need. You know, you can purchase soil too, right? Mm-hmm. You can purchase soil. You can purchase fertile soil. And so you go and you, hold on one second. Get you some, if you got the money, get you a generator. If you got the kind of cash, make sure you got solar panels in your house. Okay? Make sure you have plenty of batteries. Do not disregard batteries. Batteries can come in very handy. Get you some big time flashlights, trash bags, gloves, guns, bullets, money, food, protective gear. So when the grid goes down, you can still run power to your house. Make use of candles. Make sure you got stuff that works on batteries, so you can conserve the electricity from your generator.
Oh, and blackout curtains, so they can't see you got electricity. Come gunning.
Exactly. Now I like that. Now we're working together. See how he just added to it? That's what I'm talking about, people. That's what we need to do on a larger scale, what he just did. He didn't knock down my idea. He didn't try to tear down my idea. He added to it to strengthen it. Oh my God, that's what I've been trying to talk. That's what we need to be doing. Who did that, Dane? Who said that?
Me.
Who?
Me.
What, the blackout curtains?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, shout out to the Dave. Adding to it, strengthening the conversation. Shout out to the Lady Knight. Black Power. That is what we need to be doing, people. strengthening our arguments, strengthen if you got something to add to the solution, to strengthen the solution. That's what we need to be doing. We do that, we will stick together and we will develop unity and we can get ourselves out of this mess. Go ahead, Dane.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Times has always been bad for black folks. What can they do to us that they haven't already done? All this crap that they doing to create fear in black people's minds to make us think that we need them. We never needed them.
Well, I think the question is the wrong question to ask. What can they do to us that they haven't done already? Absolutely nothing. But I think the more pressing question is, what can we do for each other that we've never done? No, we don't need them. But we act like we don't need each other either, and we do. So to me, the more pressing question is, what can we do for each other that we haven't done, that we have never done? We don't support each other. At some point, we did have some part of that back in the 60s, but we don't have it now. If you guys listened to me before, when I had the podcast and I told you one of the main reasons why they broke the foundation of the family's part is because black people thrive with family. We are the most family-oriented people on this earth. You can't isolate us. Isolating us is dangerous. We will thrive in isolation with our families. They don't want us isolated. They want us in plain view. They want us speaking languages that they can understand. This is why they ran so hard after Ebonics. And they stalled for time. You see, they didn't understand what Ebonics was at first. And so what they do, they tell you, oh, it was dumb and stupid because it's not a part of their language. See, Ebonics isn't English-based. It's not a part of European English, right? And so that frightened them. And so they're going to tell you, oh, it's dumb, it doesn't make any sense. Of course, because it's not European English. It's not supposed to make sense with European English. It's not European English. It's urban English. Mm-hmm. It makes sense in urban terms. And so you was tricked by going along, and you got coons who want to be white, jumped out in front. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is terrible. This is a mockery, right? And what happened? Now, white folks speak Ebonics better than you. They have dictionaries about it now. How stupid is it now? And they speak it better than you, and they use it in your face every single day. Even the so-called educated whites, they use it in your face to slap you in the face. They use even corporate businesses use your Ebonics to sell products. So you're geniuses and don't realize it. Because your mind is captivated by evil. Your identity is besieged by white supremacy. So you don't know just how great you really are. They do. They build everything off of you. They steal everything from you. They over there stealing mumble rap. Again, something that y'all keep shunning. They're over there figuring that out. They want to know everything that we do because when we are isolated with our families, we thrive and we thrive hard. and we become stronger and stronger with family. Even slavery couldn't break the foundation of our families. When many of us came out of slavery, it ended up basically taking over the South. White people cannot compete with us. They know this. Hold on one second. And the last thing they want us to do, the last thing they want from us is to be isolated. They do not want us isolated. We are the wrong people to isolate. So black people, I'm sorry, Dan, take up for 1 second.
Okay. All right. I see that Neat Open Leg said, telling me King's network at depth is 250K. No, I don't think it's that much because he filed for bankruptcy and all that other stuff. And
Now,
that 250K.
Who is that?
Rodney King.
Oh yeah, man. He was a bum. He wasted all that money. The bum. Yeah. He didn't hardly have no money when he died.
Yeah, and that's a faint possibility. That 250 sound like the possible amount he got for an advance on that book. They said between 100K to 250K, and 15% would have to of that. Even if it was 250, 15% have to go to the writer, and another half of that was go to, let me see, to let's see, who was that other person? Oh no, about half of it will go to his co-author. Yeah. So even if he was given a 250K, he had to give up half of that to his co-author, and then he probably had to pay that money.
Dame, is there anybody in the waiting room?
Huh? Oh, in the waiting room? No,
is anybody else on the panel?
Nobody's on the panel. Let me put the link and see if somebody wanted to come up. All right. Okay.
I heard a weird sound. All right, yeah, and so like I said, black people thrive. So, it's what are we doing for ourselves? What are we doing for each other? We're the only race of people on earth that don't practice groupthink. We practice individualism. That's what's hurting us. And and white people do their part by telling us, don't worry about the next man, worry about yourself. And you got fools running around here with this content talking about seek knowledge of self. Self. You keep hearing that word, self. Self. After a while, you start to believe that the only real thing for you to do is look out for self and not your fellow sister or brother, which is hurting us. Other races of people don't think that way. They look after their people. Chinese people don't look after self. They look after their people. If they live in a village where everybody's hungry, if somebody comes back with enough food, they don't just feed their own family. They feed everybody in the village. Black people don't do that. It's not about self. Go ahead, Dane.
Okay. All right. The next person, Kendall, said The book that Dr. Francis Cress Wellesley, The Ice Paper, and Nahim Akbar, Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery, are books that will help us get our mind right.
Well, we need to get our minds right. These books can only help us to an extent. You know, we rattling off names of famous black people or black people who tried to make a change and try to help black people with knowledge. But we need to continue that, you know. As black people, we need to start putting this stuff to work. We can't just keep reading books by famous black people and we do nothing. We do nothing that they're talking about. What's the sense of reading the book if we're not going to put what they say to good use? If they're saying these things to help us, then we should put them to use. Black people aren't putting these things to use. They're just reading these books for the sake of reading them, and then they can pass them on to other black people because it sounds good. It sounds like you're well read. But how much action have you put into the grand scheme of things? Being well read is one thing, but being a person of action is another. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Hassan Burton. We're back to Rodney King. I thought for sure from that beating he was going to die.
Well,
King got beat worse than Cochise and Cooley High. I know it's a movie.
yeah. Yeah, well, Coach Cheese was beaten to death. You know, he probably thought he was going to die too, but he didn't. And he didn't capitalize off of that ass whooping. That man should be a multi-millionaire today. He should have been set for the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm. All right. Kendall, is the difference between these other so-called minorities and black people born in America is that they come here with their language, culture, religion, custom, rituals, and tradition intact. And we have our culture, language, religion, custom, tradition, and rituals beat and tortured out of us. That's why they have a system that connects them and we don't.
No, I disagree with that because that happened to our ancestors. That didn't happen to us. We have our language and our culture intact. I keep trying to tell you, Negroes, your culture is here in America. This is who you are. Your language and your culture is here in America. Now, I know a lot of us don't want to hear that, but that is the truth. You didn't come from Africa. Our ancestors did. Your language and your culture is what you have developed here. That is who you are. And until you come to grips with that, we'll never be able to work together. That's one of the reasons why we can't work together, because we don't want to accept who we are and what we are now.
Mm-hmm.
We are, whether we like it or not, we are American people. And I know we don't want to hear that. I know you don't like that because of the way we've been treated, and I get all of that. But that doesn't change a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Our culture, one of the most appropriate, and don't say we don't have any culture, because if we didn't, it wouldn't be appropriated by everybody and their mama. Everybody and their mama is appropriating black culture. Just go look at China Mac and tell me who he's trying to be. Is he trying to be an African, or is he trying to be a black American? Does he talk like an African or does he talk like a black American? He's appropriating our culture that we developed here in this country. So we didn't have our culture and language stripped. We developed our culture and language here in this country. We have our culture and our language. You just don't want to accept that. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. All right. Need open legs. Amber Geiger murdered a brother in his own home. She got 10 years. She'll be out in a few years again.
Well,
Black
first
folks
of all,
down,
well,
down, hugging Amber. I almost threw up.
well, first of all, that's none of our business. That's white on white crime. We don't have nothing to do with that. He wasn't no brother of ours. All right. Dude was clearly a swirler, clearly into white folks. His family up there hugging the loving white folks. That's no brother of ours. This is what I'm telling you. We got to stop playing. I said at the beginning of the show, we have to be careful of who we're being pro-black with. Botham John was no brother of ours. And he wouldn't have done a damn thing to support any of us. He probably would have stood against us. So I don't know about I don't know about lumping him in with black people. You have to understand something, black people. We are unique. There's nobody in this world like us. That's why we should be proud of who we are. And stop trying to be other people. Other people are trying to be us. These cultures that you're trying to appropriate, they're trying to be black. The black American is the shit. The American Negro is the shit. And everybody wants to be like us. Because we are unique. We have amazing talent. We're different from everybody else. Stop being afraid and embrace who you are. You are an American, a black man, a black American man. That is who you are. You're not an African. You're not a Haitian. You're not a Jamaican. You're not Haile Selassie. You are a black American man, a black American woman. That is who we are. And we have our culture intact. And we have our language intact. Go ahead, Dane.
All right. So, Kendall's like he was so disgusted when his brother hugged that woman.
That ain't got nothing to do with us.
Okay.
That's white on white crime.
Okay. All right. Let me jump down. Okay. He says, this is back onto the preparing for the grid to go down. They got aquaponic kits where you can grow vegetables in your home.
Cool. You see, that's the kind of information we need. Now we're building people. Each one teach one. This is what I'm talking about. I'm starting to love this. People are coming out with suggestions. This is how we strengthen each other. This is how we build unity, working with each other, helping each other, giving each other information.
Okay.
This is what the E-Nation is all about. You guys are E-Nation and don't even realize it. This is what the E-Nation stand for. That's why we say peace, power, and unity. Peace amongst our people. Unified to gain power. That's what peace, power, and unity means. Peace amongst ourselves. Form unity to gain power.
Mm-hmm.
And we create unity by doing the things like this. Helping each other. Giving each other valuable information. Strengthening one or the other. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. Need open legs is murdering cops receive no jail time. Sandra Bland, Freddie Gray, Sean Bell, Tamar Rice, Elton Sterling.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Let's go a little bit at a time. Give me the first two names.
Okay, Sandra Bland and Freddie Gray.
Sandra Bland, I believe, was murdered. Allegedly murdered. A white supremacist, I do believe, allegedly the cops that arrested her ultimately murdered her. And Freddie Gray, I believe Freddie Gray was killed by black folk. I don't believe anybody white killed Freddie Gray. Because there was something about Freddie Gray, his injuries. Now, I grew up in the hood. I grew up on the street. I've seen a lot of ass whoopings. I've seen black people have a certain style when they fight. There's certain things that black people like to injure on other black people. Right? One is the neck, the other is the back. His injuries told me that he was beat and stomped out by black folks. And his neck was crushed, I think, by a black woman. And I believe the rest of the beating came from some black dudes. I believe that they was in that paddy wagon whooping his natural black ass. He was being jumped. I don't think anybody white had anything to do with his murder. I think, and don't get me wrong, I'm not defending Whitey, but I believe he was jumped in that wagon, and it was by black folk. His injuries to me is consistent with someone being jumped. And I believe they jumped on him while the brothers was beating him down. That sister was stomping on his head and his neck. The other brothers was kicking him in the back, stomping him out. He got jumped. Now, I don't believe anybody white hit it. The white person probably drove the car, probably was driving, or probably was watching out or whatever. But I don't believe anybody white had anything to do with it.
Okay.
I believe the Freddie Gray murder was black on black crime. I believe he was jumped and stomped out by black folk.
Okay.
Those injuries are consistent with a jumping. And I've seen plenty of jumpings in my day. I've been jumped several times. After seeing black folk fight so many times over decades, you tend to get an understanding of what black folks like to do. And I believe that his death was consistent with being jumped. And that is the MO of black folks.
Okay. So the next two names is, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it right, Sean Bell and Tamar.
Wait a minute. See what? See Bell?
No, Sean. or it might be pronounced Sean, Sean.
Oh, Sean King,
No,
Sean something,
Bell,
Sean
B-E,
Bell.
uh-huh, Bell.
Yeah, Sheen. Yeah, yeah, Sheen. That's the way you spell Sean.
Okay. Um,
Sean.
Sean Bell and Tamir Rice.
Sean Bell again, white supremacy. Tamir Rice never had a chance. Smoked by a crazed white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem I had with that, right? We talked about fear, the audacity of some fearful coons who had the balls to come out and say he caused his own death.
What?
Yeah, guys like Larry Elder, David West,
What?
that super coon, Jesse Lee Peterson, the Tree of Life, all these coons. Oh, he caused his own death.
So now they blaming the victim, huh?
Mm-hmm. Next two names.
All right. Alton Sterling and Ayanna Stanley Jones.
Alton Sterling was flat out murdered. That was first degree murder.
Mm-hmm.
Murder. They're getting away with first degree murder right in front of everybody. That was outright murder.
Yeah.
The other one I'm not familiar with. What was the other one?
Ayanna Stanley Jones.
I don't even know who she is.
Or maybe
Somebody give me a quick rundown on her. I didn't even hear about her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's my fault. I thought that was an L. It's Ayanna.
Ayanna, is that the one that got shot in her own house in Texas?
I think so.
Somebody give me a quick rundown. I don't remember who she is. And what's the other one?
Okay. You already answered. It was Alton Sterling. The next one is Philando Castile.
Now, okay, here's the issue with this. I don't understand how they could not see that this cop was unfit to be on the force. Did you see how frightened he was? And then after he did that, he could barely breathe. Anybody notice that? He had these breathing attacks. How are you going to let somebody on the force that's as frightened as a little kid? This man was unfit mentally and emotionally unfit to be on the force.
Mm-hmm.
Can't have someone that frightened on the force. I mean, he was so afraid. He didn't give a damn about. He just started blasting. That guy shouldn't be on the force. He should have been prosecuted. He should have been prosecuted for negligence and all kinds of stuff. He should be in jail right now. But he's not fit to be a cop.
Mm-hmm.
You're that fearful? I would never give somebody that fearful a gun. This dude was frightened like a little kid. Frightened. You don't give somebody like that a gun. Go ahead, Dane.
All right, there's okay, okay, Armando Diallo.
Amadou Diallo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a while back. That was the one that got the broom stuck up his anus and all. No,
Oh,
no.
ooh, oh,
Either
oh.
no. Amadou Diallo was the one that got shot 8 times
Oh,
because he held up the wallet. I believe it was Amadou Diallo with the wallet, right? He took out the
oh,
wallet, shot him 8 times. I know they sodomized one. What about Corinne Gaines?
let me
Is her
see.
name in there?
Mm-mm.
Man, let
The
me tell
next,
you something.
mm-hmm.
Up until up until up until we saw George Floyd, Corinne Gaines is one of the worst murders I've seen. They ran down that woman and her children like they were a black ops team. They did her dirty. They did her like she was Viet Cong or something from World War from the Vietnam War. That should have never happened. Should have never happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you ready for the next two names?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Kenneth Chamberlain and Romarley Graham.
I don't know who those are.
Hold on, let me check something. I think I'm froze. Hold on.
Hey, hi, everyone.
Hey, Ebony.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So nobody in the chat is responding anything new. Okay. Let me see. Can they the next thing? Yeah, Max. They always tell us to pull ourselves by a bootstrap, but they always leave us out. They always leave out is everything we did that they came with their domestic terrorism and tore it down all down. Max? Oh shoots, Max. Um, fell off. Okay. All right. All right. I was hoping somebody in the chat would say who these other people are. So I'm assuming these knee open legs fell off. Okay. Okay. I don't know why Kenneth Chamberlain sounds familiar. I guess because it's the Chamberlain. I keep thinking Wilt Chamberlain. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, they're always talking about that. Know about that part of the history. They just know their own thing. Are they in denial about it? Or they don't care. They just want to use that pull yourself by a bootstrap thing to negate what you're saying. Yeah, and I was, said, who you said about bootstraps that you stole, um, bootstrap that you had to take from another's body. Those are the ones you're pulling up. Hmm. But a lot of them that say that are uh, or maybe a few generations from being their family came in as immigrants. Yeah. So yeah, and they always do this to somebody that either kind of think or trying to think like racism is over with, or they don't know their history, or they believe what it's saying about the pull yourself out by your bootstraps. And how my family came here with nothing. Yeah, nothing except for what the government handed y'all. Oh, okay. Thanks, Kendall. Okay, so he was sodomized by the police, but he did get a big lawsuit. This is not the one say he forgive the police officer. I hope that ain't that one. I said, okay. Yeah, you're gonna forgive a police officer for sodomizing you? No, no, I don't know. I don't know if that's that one. You know, I know there was one where the police officer was filling them up and was trying to mess with his privates and his testicles. Okay. So, so Evan and I, right at this point, was just answering. Max was just answering uh, statements that the chat was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. When he heard the song, it moved him to start talking, and we was talking about George Floyd case. We was talking about a lot of things, but
Oh,
I think I'm gonna shut it down. I'm tired. I,
yeah.
but I'm gonna see if Max will come up in a few minutes. He dropped off. If not, I'm gonna shut it down, everybody. I'm
Okay.
black. Okay, Hassan, you back. Uh, uh, yeah, kind of remind me of the time when I heard I'm black was when this albino was arguing with this Ethiopian who bust out laughing when he says I'm black, and he's like, "You black? You look whiter than white people. How you gonna say you black?" Because he thought it was hilarious. And until I had to step in to shut him down, I said, "Look, man, he's not talking about the color of his skin. He's talking about culture. We're black people." He said, and then he had the nerve to be smart and said, that look brown. I said, I also look African too, but I'm not that neither, and yet I am.
Yeah, everybody.
And he couldn't understand how we didn't know which tribe our people came from, how we not speak the language of our tribe. We don't know much of our culture, of our ancestors.
Yeah. You
And
see, the reason why,
I had to.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
but
Mhm.
you see, it's not your fault that you don't know the tribe you are from, you don't know the language that you speak,
Mhm.
because it was slavery. So they
Mhm.
don't even your forefathers and your foreparents, your great
Mhm.
great grandparents doesn't know even the tribe that they were from, that they can identify themselves to their children that hey, we are from this tribe. Maybe when we are not alive and you go back to look for the tribe you are coming from, this is the tribe, this is the language you speak. They did not tell you that because what they do to them, they don't even remember where they are coming from.
Mhm. Exactly.
They don't
Not
even
to
remember.
mention.
So where are they going to tell you where you are coming from? They can't. So it's not their fault, and it's not your fault to not even know where you are coming from. You have
Mhm.
to
Mhm.
put the blame on the white people who makes our forefathers being dying, being slavery. They suffer a lot, not even remember the home they are coming from.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. So I had to tell him something, and and he made a mistake and said nothing would make me forget my culture, my tribe, and where I came from. I had to let him have it. I had to be really harsh with him.
Yeah, because the reason why you see
I
for
was like,
mhm,
and I was
yeah,
like, and I said, and he said, white people took over Africa too. I said, okay, look, that's a whole big difference.
yeah, because
You,
Africa, the white people that they took Africa, we were in Africa. They did not even send us to any place. We were
hmm
still in Africa. So
hmm
if you don't even remember the tribe we are coming from in Africa, somebody might point that hey, we are from this tribe because all of us were in Africa. They did not take us to any place. They colonized us in Africa. They treat us badly in Africa. They did not send us to maybe this. You see, that's why we the people in Africa, we did not even experience the racism. So we don't even know much about the racism that our brothers and sisters who went through in America.
hmm
Because all the time we have been with only black people all the time. We never been with white people more than maybe more than 600. But you, through your lifetime, since you were born, you have been with these white people more than your lifetime. You
hmm
understand? So for me, if somebody from Africa and he can tell you, okay, you don't remember where you are coming from, I disagree with that person because if he were be in your shoes, he also will
hmm
not remember his family, and he will also not remember the tribe he's coming from.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, because look at the treatment they send American people, they send Black American people through. Even still now, they are still bullying them, still treating them badly. But Africa, who is treating us badly over here? People that they are
hmm
treating us badly is our own people, and that is a politician, and that is the only people who are treating us bad. But ask yourself, look at what Black Americans are going through in America now. They are killing their children, making them badly. They stole everything from them. They don't even want them to have anything.
hmm Yep. Yeah. So yeah, I had to tell him about himself, put him in his place, tell him some history, and and I got rude and got, if Africa is so great, what are you doing here?
Uh-huh.
Coming in my country, and trying to tell me, my fellow countryman, that he is not black just because his skin is a different shade. You obviously you don't know the true meaning of the word black when it pertains to a people, and you showing your ignorance. And I just lit into him. By the time I got through, there was a whole bunch of black people like, yeah. And if this country is so great, what are you doing here for?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there was a lot of go back to Africa. I'm sorry, but
Yeah. They,
he had made everybody mad.
yeah. Because they are the people doing sell out their own people. Even though you
Mhm.
are there, instead of you to tell the person, okay, this is where you are coming from. You are from Africa. Okay, you need to come back home and look for the tribe you are from, and look for the country that you are from in Africa. These are the things that you have to tell them because they never knew. They never knew because they were born in America. How will they know? Or they will find out, okay, this is my real family. You see, even it might be that the person that we are talking to is even is your family member because you don't know, and
Mhm.
he also or she also doesn't even know you.
Yeah. Oh, because I remember the Ethiopian girls and the Somali girls. As I said, when we was growing up, they would show the Roots miniseries going as certain times of the year, and they was watching it with us, and they was seeing how the slaves were being treated, and they said that's what it was like here. I said, oh, this is mild. And I told him, Mile. I said, yes. This is a cleaned up version of it. What really happened is too grotesque to show on TV, you know. And they was appalled that the miles stuff. I said the other stuff is even more horrible, you know. And yeah, so
Yeah,
yeah, so
that is the one
so
thing that we blacks we are facing, and we need to understand each other. You
mhm,
see, these are the things. These are the common surface things that we need to teach each other for them to
mhm,
understand. Because if I tell you we have some black American that they don't even remember that we have a place called Africa.
mhm,
All they do is they know that they have Asian, they know that they are in America. That's it. They don't even remember anything about Africa. So when you ask them, "Oh, let's go to Africa," no, no, I'm not going anywhere. This is where I
mhm,
was born. This is my country,
mhm.
and it's true. That is where he or she was born, and she cannot move to any country again because he's a fear that what they did to them in America is the same thing when they come to different country. They are going to treat them that way, even though they hear that there is a black people in Africa, but they don't believe that because what the white people tell them and what they put in their mind, that's what they also put a control. They also think about it, and they don't want to even move an inch to go to anywhere.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
think whatever happens, the trauma they went through coming to America. Okay, like my grandfather's little sister, my great aunt, she told me, okay, her her grandfather was brought as a slave to America from Africa. I was a
Mhm.
little thrown off because the slave trade from Africa was supposed to stop by then, but hey, maybe he was black market. He was a black market. They was when they were still trying to sneak him in, or because
Mhm.
it was Louisiana and Louisiana wasn't bound by the United States because it wasn't part of the United States Union. That's how it was possible. Okay, so so I asked if she ever asked him where he was from in Africa. And she said all he would say that he was from Africa. And he didn't want to talk about it. So, back then, when your elders say enough, they don't want to talk about it, you don't ask again. I was like,
Yeah, because he's the elderly person who can tell you about it, and he said, "I don't want to talk about it." That means the kind of pain that he went through, he don't want to
mm-hmm,
remember it again
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
because he can't tell you where they pick him or where they took him. Some people went through badly, and most of them died when they were bringing them on the sea.
mm-hmm,
So when you make a lucky and you survive, then you have to thank your gods or you have to thank your God.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
And
Look at the people they kill them, they don't even give them food, anything, and they suffer. You see,
mm-hmm,
some of these things we don't need to talk about it because
mm-hmm,
it's very painful. And somebody can tell you that hey, you don't even know your family, you don't even know the country you're coming from, you don't even know the tribe you're from. I wish if I were to be that person and you ask me this question, if you're not lucky, I'm gonna slap you. Yeah, because you want to send me through back pain again. You want me to remember what I forget about it.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah. But talking to her, I learned this much that he came to the States with the last name Frank, and he already spoke French. So that kind of helped out a little bit. I talked to a few Africans. At first, I thought it was just that because I thought his name might have sounded like Frank, but the Africans say, "Well, hey, he could have came from Cameroon. Cameroon was a French colony, and
hmm
they could have been bringing them in as new breeding stock." I was like, well, it's kind of, horrible sounding, you know, but if you think about it, the way they were doing slaves in Louisiana back then, yes, it's possible he was taken into to use as breeding stock. Uh, it's hard to think about that's how they, thought of your ancestors or your family member. But
yeah,
because I do remember reading in a book somewhere where they did discuss that they thought that the American stock was watered down, and they brought some Africans in to strengthen up the population.
exactly.
I was like, oh my goodness. That's why to this day I still don't. I never wanted to pick up that book again. I don't know what made me read it. I think it was because a cousin of mine was talking about it. The book was called Mandingo. Did not know there was a tribe in Africa called Mandingo. At least I think there was. At least that's the impression I got. Um, and I guess I thought I was reading a book about them, and I got a whole nother thing.
Mhm.
Uh huh.
Yeah. So you see, that's how the team. Okay.
Uh huh. Okay. Well, look like Max ain't coming back. And I'm gonna be sleep talking pretty soon. So I'm gonna wrap it up, y'all. Oh, save your questions for, especially yours, Kendall. For the next time Max is up, and I'll see y'all later. Y'all have peace, power, and unity. For those of you coming late, this is the song that inspired Max to go on live. It's also one of my favorites. All right, let's leave out with some music.
Peace, power, unity.